Hello and good afternoon, everybody. It's me. Hello and good afternoon, everybody. It's me. Early start here in the zone. What a concept. So come on in, trickle in. I'm just about ready to go with today's discuss segment. And the idea that it doesn't matter how many people are, hey, what's up, Vector Sater? Yeah, it's not like I'm hoping that a lot of people, come. This is just, I'm recording this, and I will be reading chat like always, but my point is that it's not like I'm waiting until a bunch of people get here. This is just a kind of pre-show. The entire stream today is happening like normal. Let's see here. I just got to plug in a wire. But yes, hello Vector, hello everyone joining us. You made it to the pre-show hour. The exclusive behind the hood pre-show hour, I'll say. Pre-show 45 minutes, more like it. Hope you're all doing good. I just had a wonderful day of video editing. My God, is this Sonic Mania video gonna be something, I tell you. It's got so many cool parts to it. So I'm gonna be pulling up a few video clips. It's mainly going. Oh, and let me open the YouTube chat. How about that Saturn 3D Blast special stage song? It's so good. It's so good. But I'm going to open up the YouTube chat right now. There we are. Get the chat module back. All right, sweet. Perfect. All right. So I'm going to bring up a video clip or two. It's mainly going to be just one clip. Alpha Rad. And I don't know much about the streamer Alpha Rad. I feel like I've heard his name around here and
I hope these expenses are in policy.
These expenses are not within policy.
This is a travel expense,
audio
right?
levels.
I'm going to be here all night.
SAP Concur uses AI to audit expenses in the background, so you can be compliance ready.
I've actually had a couple conversations with Toby Fox, and I think my most recent one is my favorite. I reached out to him.
All right, I think you'll be able to hear that. I guess I'm not going to show the video clips of it because what I am going to show, I'm not going to give it away, but I think there's a moderate chance that you may be entertained by the gameplay that's going to be on screen. That's all I'm saying. But it's going to be great. Go. Alright, so the footage that you will see a little later is from, and I know who the crap saying it out loud, but it helps to justify fair use saying it out loud. It's by Sizzstar. So let me add attribution here. Richard Jack writes good melody, I gotta say. I gotta listen to more Richard Jack's oeuvre body of work. Let's see here.
Because, like, I use Dating Start in all of my sponsored videos and whatnot. So I reached out to Toby Fox, and I said, hey, a lot of the sponsors, or I use Dating...
Dude, all right, so I got that. I got my outline here. Yeah, play the clip. Talk. Hey, what's up, JD? Welcome. Yeah, so Dark Souls is gonna start in about 45 minutes now. Right now is a pre-show discussion forum. But hello and welcome, JD. What do you consider Dark Souls of Sonic games? Would it be Sonic Labyrinth? All right. I'm literally just about ready to start. I just need my final step into the wings. And when you see me again, it'll be go time. I think I'm ready to go ahead and put the gameplay on screen. I think you're gonna like it. That's my guess. But yeah, hello and welcome everyone. Hey, how's it going, Clash Pineapple? Clash Pineapple is back. Hello, Clash. Yeah, so interesting moment for you to jump back into the Alex Yard Zone. So glad you're here. The heads up is that gaming is going to start in about 40 minutes, but right now is the pre-show discussion segment, but I'm so happy to hear from you, Clash Pineapple. Hope everything's doing good. Okay, so I'm actually going to put a quick disclaimer on screen so that people that join, understand what's going on in progress. Just because this is the first time that I've ever done this, a pre-show discuss segment. And hello, Third Bruno. Thank you so very much, Third Bruno, for not just subscribing, but subscribing at Tier 3. That's a triple sub. Good evening to you, Bruno. Bruno's at a restaurant and will do his best to listen. And I mean, yeah, if anything, focus on the restaurant experience because, as all of you may know, will get edited down into a YouTube video with no pauses, with no stumbles in voice. But yeah, I'm just gonna put a yeah, Clash says, what the? Talk to your dinner mates, dude. And look, I leave it to the discretion of Third Bruno. If his dinner mates are exceptionally boring and you're just waiting for the check, well, that changes things. We like to have fun around here. Do your thing, Bruno. I support it. So I'm just gonna duplicate this. So actually, let me open the YouTube window. Alright, spoilers, you can see what it's gonna be, but, yeah, Third Bruno was with his family, and it's a long wait, so there you have it. Sensible priorities. Okay, so let's duplicate this. I can duplicate it, can I? It won't let you. But I can copy it and paste it. Okay, currently happening. Right, so there's the disclaimer. I'll put that up at the top of the screen. Okay. Hey, welcome, Serious Sam. And I think I sent out the Discord chirp. Yes, I did, so I can close Discord the Hedgehog. And hello, JJ. Hello, welcome. Ooh, cool. JJ recognizes the... Well, I think you're going to like this gameplay, let me tell you. So, nice. Cesar has played AS2 art. That's so cool. It's like small world, but also like logical that, good fan games, good mods are going to experience a similar orbit. Just want to get rid of these extra lines. All right, so we'll go ahead and hit play on that. Oh, but I don't want kill the audio. All right, and this is gonna loop, as you can see. So yeah, I'm gonna try not to fret or discuss. Oh, my mic keeps cutting out. Thank you for telling. Holy smoke, that's nerve-wracking. That I so appreciate you pointing that out. So let me. Oh, that's a bummer. I'll probably be able to fix it, but it's never a good feeling. But let me do all my plugs. Hey, what? It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right. I don't know why. I swear that I looped. Make sure that loop will go. All right. Testing 1, 2, 3. Let's see. All right, this is just me talking as a test. Let me know if you can hear me good and is it cutting out at all. Clash Pineapple has some serious coins saved up, but yeah, to anyone that can hear now, are there any cutting outs on the mic at all? Or is it smooth sailing, the hedgehog? I'm looking at my levels in OBS, and all right, thank you so much, JJ. Yeah, that's great that you caught that. Awesome. All right. But, yeah, Clash Pineapple has enough for the song request thing, which is really cool. All right. So, does this opening screen have a gimmick? Oh, this is just the channel's intro. Look at all these cool mods. Okay, so I think we're good. Okay. It's fine. Turn the preview off that way. Yeah, if you notice anything odd visually, just let me know. But I think we should be good. All right. So, the first thing that you're going to hear me say in this video once the final video is posted is, does Toby Fox misunderstand composition rights? We're going to explore that question today from a few different angles by looking at a clip on YouTube from the streamer AlphaRad, who explains an experience he had with Toby Fox where there was a song from Undertale that he wanted to license for his videos, and the response that he got from Mr. Fox was curious. There's a lot going on in it that we're going to break down today. And so the one criteria that I'm going to establish before we look at this AlphaRad clip is that when it comes to music rights, there are two separate components of the rights. There's the rights to the composition itself, but then also the master recording rights, which is... So if the composition is the song you wrote, the notes on the page, the instructions for the musician, etc., then the recording rights are, we take this composition and then we go into the recording studio and record the version of the song that's going to be on the album and play on the radio and all that. So many of you may have seen the headlines in the past few years about Taylor Swift, whose experience with composition rights versus master recording rights has led to a wild new emergent scenario of how these contracts work. So Taylor Swift rose to fame, she wrote her song, she signed with a record deal, recorded a bunch of albums. Okay, mainstream sensation. But after a lot of time goes by, she has a falling out with her label. So now there's bad blood with the label. And this label is taking a sizable share of the revenue share due to owning the recording rights. So while Taylor Swift herself retains the composition rights in perpetuity, her record label is actually the party that maintains the rights to the master recording, right? The specific recording that Taylor recorded in the studio to go on the album and the radio and Spotify and whatnot. So once this falling out got even more fallouty, once this fallout got more severe, Miss Swift arrived at what she determined was a solution to the problem. She realized, due to some nudging by Kelly Clarkson, that while Taylor Swift owns the composition rights and the record label owns the recordings, well, there's actually nothing to stop Taylor Swift. There's no stipulations about Taylor Swift taking her composition and making a new recording. Now, that could be something like a remix. If Taylor Swift were to take her composition, record a new version of it as a remix, that she is allowed to do that, no problem. You may be surprised to learn that she is also completely at liberty, per the conditions of her contract, to take her composition, re-record a new version of the song that sounds like just about the same as the original, but because it is technically and literally a new recording, Taylor can own that recording for herself. She can put it on Spotify, have it play, and she gets all the revenue for that, not having to share it with the record label. And so that's why when you look up Taylor Swift songs on Spotify, you may or may not notice the parentheses qualifier that says Bad Blood, Taylor's version, for example. Shake It Off, Taylor's version, for example. JJ does that all the time. What, re-record your music? Okay, so now that we've established the principal difference between composition versus recording rights, let's now listen to Alpha Rad's clip where he's going to explain the response that he got from Mr. Fox when he reached out to ask for some kind of licensing so that he would be able to use an Undertale song in his content. And make it nice and loud, here comes the clip.
I've actually had a couple conversations with Toby Fox, and I think my most recent one is my favorite. I reached out to him because, I use Dating Start in all of my sponsored videos and whatnot. So I reached out to Toby Fox and I said, hey, a lot of the sponsors, or I use Dating Start in every single sponsor. And now a lot of the sponsors are getting wise that I don't own the rights to the song. So I know that you don't normally do this, but can I buy a license for Dating Start so I can use it in all of the sponsored segments? And then he just said, sorry, we don't normally do stuff like that, but I will say the compositions are online and everything I use to make the songs are just public domain. You can find them anywhere. So if you were to go recreate the song one-to-one and make it sound the exact same, then you can just tell NordVPN that you made it yourself. So Toby Fox just told me to lie to all these major corporations and say that I made the song, and you know what? That's what I've been doing since. Yeah, it's turbo-based, man.
All right, so it's turbo-based, but at what cost? So let's break this down. I am going to just quickly replay the
refresher. I've actually had in every single sponsor that I don't own the rights to the song.
Okay, so Alpha Rad had been using this Undertale song as in the background of his ads, and so literally the sponsors themselves expressed a concern. They're like, hey, do you own this song? Are you at liberty to use it in your sponsored ad reads? Because that could cause a problem down the line. Are these ads going to have to get taken down and take down a video that has what was supposed to be, a permanent element of this or that video? Da 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 da. Okay.
So I know that you don't normally do this, but can I buy a license for Dating Start so I can use it in all? Sorry, we don't everything I use to make stuff like that, but I will say the compositions are online and everything I use to make the songs are just public domain.
Okay, so the first part of that is to say the songs are online.
Sorry, we don't normally do stuff like that, but I will say the compositions are online.
The compositions are online. So what does that mean that a composition is online? It's a pretty simple thing to say. Don't Stop Believin' by Journey is online in the sense that if you type in Journey Don't Stop Believin' into YouTube, it's going to come up. Now, what could it otherwise or actually mean to say the compositions are online? Like, if anything, I would think that a composition being freely available online, for that to mean anything substantive, it would have to be some kind of Creative Commons share-alike license, or that it was declared as being in the public domain. One of those official things that makes it crystal clear, yes, this is in the public domain, you have access to, you have the ability and rights to take this and implement it into your content. Okay, so right away we have a problem, because if you were to go talk to Toby's record label, where they're going to state outright that Toby is the composer and that Toby owns the composition, and for that matter, there's no composer credits in the original game of Undertale and in the primary versions of the soundtrack that were officially published through his record label on CD and vinyl. So you notice the issue here is that it would have been one thing. It would have been one thing if Toby said, I own the composition, and I hereby give you the rights. But that's not what he said. He basically said, oh no, it's available. You're free to use that. That's above board. So that was the data point that Toby gave. So that was the data point that Toby gave specifically for the composition rights, if we're talking about that Taylor Swift example of composition versus recording. So now what Alpha Rad will say next pertains specifically to the recording, which in this day and age, you say recording, it's more technically a render because you're using sound fonts, and then when you're done with the project, you click in the drop-down, export file. But we're just going to call it a recording for the sake of this discussion.
And everything I use to make the songs are just public domain. You can find them anywhere.
Okay, so everything used to make the songs are just public domain. Do tell, pray tell, where is Toby Fox getting this? We're not going to go into a deep dive of all the audio tidbits that appear in Undertale that have raised some eyebrows, like, is that actually from source X, and is it okay for this to be here? Royal Sciences LLC has never uttered a peep on this one way or the other, but you buy the game and hear the sounds, and you're like, huh? What is this doing here? And so here, in a quick, sweeping statement, Toby just flat out says, all the sounds that appear in the game are public domain. And it just feels like those are words floating in the air with no basis in anything as to where these resources are available. For that to make sense, we would need to know where these sound fonts are hosted and what license gives the impression that it's public domain. It's bizarre to hear Toby Fox use the word public domain in a situation like this, because Toby seems to have an incomplete understanding of public domain itself, given the examples such like the excerpt of Banana Yoshimoto's novel Kitchen, that appears as dialogue, uncredited and uncited, in Undertale the game. So basically what Toby is telling AlphaRad here is to, if the composition rights are fine, as far as the recording, don't actually use the direct rip of the game from Undertale, but just get all the sound fonts and recreate it yourself. That way you own that recording, and since the composition is freely available online, says Toby, whatever that means, you're good to go. So this is a very vague directive that is concerning because these are the kinds of careless, sweeping statements that Toby has made in the past without the necessary important precision that have led to stressful disasters like the Undertale Yellow situation. Some well-meaning fan game developers emailed Toby and asked if they could make a fan game, and he just kind of gave this vague, cryptic response that seemed to give a thumb up and say, "Do what thou wilt." So because he wanted to approach that conversation like sort of as a mysterious character with not really a lot of specifics, that led to a great deal of stress and conflict, and Toby rolling up way after the fact to slap a $20,000 Band-Aid on the problem and call it a day. Now, we should qualify all of this that this is a second-hand account from AlphaRad, so technically the exact wording might not be exactly as is reported by him here. So let's just make that caveat clear that everything we're talking about today in this video is technically a what-if. We are discussing the implications. What if everything AlphaRad is saying about Toby's statement is perfectly true? What are the implications of that? And does that reading of events conflict with things that we see in Undertale or its surrounding properties? All right, now what I'm going to read out loud right now is actually going to be at the start of the video, and it's, the 3 sections. In this video, we are first going to establish the difference between composition rights versus the recording rights. After that, we are going to look at streamer AlphaRad's quick video statement on this. After that, we're going to look at a quick AlphaRad video. After that, we're going to look at a quick clip by the streamer AlphaRad explain. After that, we are going to hear streamer AlphaRad relay a story he had about an exchange with Toby regarding composition and master recording rights of an Undertale song, which will establish a fair few concerns of sweeping statements that don't really match with precedent and the contents of the game and its music. And finally, with those details established, I will be issuing Toby his sentencing, which will specify what Toby needs to do in order to atone for this situation. Oh, it never gets old saying that, man. The sentencing, says 10 rupees. Sadness. This day has come. And hello, 10 rupees. So, with stressful, unnecessary, unforced error situations like Undertale Yellow, this sweeping statement that Toby allegedly made to AlphaRad poses some serious concerns. There's a whole generation of composers and game developers that look up to Toby for all their cues, and since there's so little publicly available documentation of Toby, the person behind the game, and how he went about creating it, following all the proper expectations of crediting and rights. Well, this poses a problem, and we don't want the upcoming impressionable generation to draw the wrong conclusions from this and land themselves in an unnecessary pickle the way the Undertale Yellow fans did. So Toby Fox, I sentence you to clarifying your stance and approach to the composing rights and or master recording rights. Because there's way too much sweeping, vague elements to this issue, to this direction you've provided, Alpha Rad. And this is not instilling any additional confidence in the veracity of all the music in Undertale 15 being as it should be, following all the basic expectations and the social contract of releasing original music. Now, the lack of crediting of music compositions in Undertale 2015 was a component under review when I did my investigation video as to whether Spear of Justice from Undertale 15 is an original composition or not. Now this aspect of Toby's potentially warped perception of how composing and recording rights work at first seemed to maybe possibly have a connection to the bizarrely odd copyright content ID situation on YouTube. It gave the impression of, if there's a sort of vague public domain, not really clear about who owns the composition rights, as further reinforced by what Alpha Rad has said, could that also be partly because some of the melodies contained within Undertale 15 are not Toby's own? And so the content ID system is freaking out over Undertale music in a way that it does not with a lot of other games. And this was just a possibility that I considered early on because Undertale was not the only game soundtrack that this was happening to. I mean, you ask any gamer in the community, especially those that are involved in content creation, if you ask them what game soundtracks come to mind in terms of constantly getting content IDs where the algorithm is picking a fight, claiming that your music is licensed and you don't have the rights to it, even though you're just streaming a video game with its music. Well, another property that is infamous for having lots and lots of content ID struggles is, of course, Mario. Super Mario games are legendarily known for constantly getting flagged by the system, and that may be partly because of Nintendo's ways. Interesting. JJ says Sonic 1, and I was going to mention that in a couple moments. Also, Dark Souls, that's interesting. And then Celeste. Interesting about Celeste, given that that's a more recent, not only is it more recent, but it's also not, this mysterious Japanese company in the distance with, barriers of language and culture right? Celeste was made by North Americans, so that's interesting. As a follow-up, I would be super curious to know why Celeste and why Dark Souls. So as I think of other games that are notorious for getting their music content ID'd and flagged, I found it bizarrely salient that Mario games would be a hotbed for this very specific issue since, upon looking into it, Mario music was also found to contain composition elements that were not what they seemed at first listen. That seemed that they contained way too much of a composition by someone else, whether it's the fairy fountain music in Zelda, or the entire main melody motif of Super Mario World being taken and adapted directly from the song Green Green by the New Christy Minstrels, which was an American folk group active in the United States in the 60s and 70s. And yeah, no game audio for these segments, by the way. Okay, now I compare that to my beloved Blue Hedgehog Sonic and his series of games, and believe me, I'm grateful as a starting point for the fact that copyright content ID stuff in Sonic music is something I have basically never had to deal with. However, I have heard from others in the Sonic community that the one game that keeps coming up, if it's going to come up to have hiccups with the content ID, is Sonic 1, the original game that came out in 1991, composed by Masato Nakamura, who, it was discovered upon review, included elements in his music that were not necessarily his to use. You got Planet Earth by Duran Duran, Music to Watch Girls By, written by Bob Crew. And so I'm sitting there in my, hypothesis laboratory, wondering, is there a connection between music that presents itself as original but maybe isn't, and that tripping up something with the content ID system? Further complicated in the situation of Undertale by the fact that Toby asserted to AlphaRad that the composition was in some form freely available or in the public domain, or which one is it? So at the end of my review, I concluded that the copyright content ID issue was most likely a red herring. I would say that I still regard it as like a 2-3% possibility, but I've all but discounted it and am not looking into that any further. It is bizarre to find those shared sets of criteria between the three, but it's not like there aren't other games that experience these kinds of things. I'm being told that Celeste's music experiences content ID struggles, and also Dark Souls. Interesting. JJ says Green Hill and Sonic 1 and Mania get ID'd all the time. So, yeah, I wonder if that's, and this is a whole thing. Okay, JJ said, all right, if Celeste Music record label is the same as Undertale's, well, that would make sense. So that's the last food for thought that I'm going to leave you with watching this video, and thank you for listening. is that if the copyright situation with Undertale and Content ID headaches if those problems are still happening, if I personally was directly impacted by that, well, the first thing I would want to know is what is exactly technically, on a literal technical basis, what is responsible for triggering these content IDs? I'm ready to all but discount and write off the possibility that it involves a red pan situation tripping up Bob Crew or Duran Duran's composition in the algorithm. But I think it's fair enough to want to know, is the reason it's getting triggered by the content ID because of the composition? Right? Because the content ID system can analyze audio and detect the melody even if it's not a complete match with the original pure master recording. Okay? Or is the reason it's getting picked up in the system because it is literally the exact audio recording that is a direct match? I wondered for a moment, since Undertale's record label had provided conflicting information at different points in time, I hypothesized that maybe the reason it's getting triggered in the system as a content ID is not because Undertale is placing a claim, but rather Skyfire or Paul McCartney or any number of potential sources that could ultimately stem from Toby's vague and concerning sweeping understanding of his compositions just being freely available or in some form of public domain. Hey, what's up, Javid? Thank you so much for subscribing. Going on 27 months. That's so amazing. Thank you so much. Yeah, JJ once got content ID'd by Victor McKnight because you played a Chaotix remix he did once. So that's interesting. I wonder if... Yeah, I honestly don't know how that works. I know that... Well, let's talk about that during the mainstream. And then, yeah, Clash Pineapple. Song titles would be great. Yeah, instead of YouTube links. So in closing, I will say that when I asked around specifically about Undertale's content ID situation, I was first given indication that the way Undertale's content ID system works is fully as intended. And that the people who place and that the automatic content ID matches that occur are part of intended business as usual. That the people placing those claims, that those claims getting triggered automatically is, as has been stated, they are within their rights to have those content ID matches trigger. But then when I spoke with a prominent member of the Undertale community, I was given different information that conflicted with that. Which was that, oh no, the way that Undertale suffers from this thing is just like so many other games where people abuse the system, and every video game community has these bad agents that abuse the system. There's nothing odd or unusual about Undertale, and it's like, whoa, okay, that doesn't add up because that is totally in conflict with a representative from Undertale's record label saying, yes, these third-party music services are within their rights to file these content ID claims. So this prominent Undertale community figure who I spoke to basically begged me to just drop it. right? I expressed my concerns. They were all downplayed with said conflicting information, and this person begged me to stop talking about it publicly. And you know what? Technically, I honored that. And so that's why I didn't talk about it in any other what should I say? So because I accepted that begging appeal, what's going to happen right now is that I am going to withhold those follow-up questions that I have. Questions that I have, the answers to which may shed light on any lingering confusion and conflicting information surrounding this situation. Questions that may ultimately shed light on why the current system is set up the way it is, specifically when this or that video gets triggered for a content ID. What impact does that have on which dollars go where, to which person? Is that overall catch-all designed intentionally exactly the way it is, and that it is in fact not just the inevitable result of bad agents and people abusing the system? Could it be an exactly as planned scenario where dollars and dollars are funneling to source X? Unfortunately, you will never hear me ask those questions. Because the video is over now. So have a good afternoon. Cool. All right, time for some Dark Souls. Now, Shadow Ops noticed Game Apologist did not have a video of what I was talking about. That's a common misconception, Shadow Ops, because the link to those videos is in the description itself. And then Clash wonders, is the Undertale, storyline still going? Yes and no. I've stopped tweeting about it, but, I wouldn't say that it's like active and main stage, but the reason why I did this segment to actually, you know what, because it's 4, let me go and get set up with, I want to get to Dark Souls because it's already 4. So let me touch upon that shortly. But hello and welcome everyone to the stream proper. I'm just going to have you go to the waiting zone for like a couple minutes. What do I need to do? This. Demrupi says, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Great movie. All right. I'll be back in like 2 minutes, maybe less. Yeah, Shadow Ops, let me know if you don't see the links in the description of my video. JJ heard that there song the other day, streaming out their game, Half-Life 2 The Hedgehog. I don't know if I said hello to EB yet. Hello, EB. 65 stream streak. Dude lives in American time zone and is making it happen. One stream at a time. 65 in a row. What's up, EB? What's serious, Sam? Let me... There's my Switch. Mike again. Well, I'm glad that didn't happen. So actually, I have a theory, which was that actually. Testing 1 2 3 is my micro. I'm just gonna talk steadily so that you guys can tell me if things sound okay now. So my working theory, all right, good, no cuts yet. My theory is that is caused, and hello, Javid. My theory is that is caused by, like, static discharges that may happen when I plug or unplug things. Because I just unplugged the HDMI cable that was plugged into my PC, and then it started again. So it's just a theory. Clash says little laggy. Is anyone else... I'm going to reactivate my Switch here. Yeah, if anyone else is experiencing lag of any sort, do let me know. But otherwise, it does seem that things are smooth and back to normal. So let's So last time, I went on the very pivotal, important kind of side mission to get a better sword. And after looking at a few different options, JJ helped nudge me to this, the Butcher's Big Old Knife. And it is super powerful, let me tell you. And if any moderator has a spare moment, you are welcome to update the stream category to Dark Souls, which nowadays will automatically trigger a mature content warning on the stream. Alright. Let's see if I can bait this guy. Yeah, alright. I got him. I'm getting better at that. Nice way to start. I don't know why I just had... Never mind. Abandoned thought. Now, Shadow Op says, wow, a meat cleaver. Let me guess, it's two-handed to swing. You'd be surprised. Watch this, man. I'm gonna take damage now. Oh, no, because of the stair concept. Look at that plunging attack. This guy is gonna go into the ground as dust. It's a whole-ass club, says Clash. Dude, you can chop meat with this little puppy. Yeah, it's so fun to use the very specific two-handed attack that the lady butchers do with this weapon down in the depths. Striking back. Shadow Op says, you trying to be a Shinigami? What's a Shinigami Tensei? Persona 5 in stores now. You ever go on American Ninja Warrior? They got obstacle courses like these. And you can tempt the badniks toward the thing so they get pushed off. Like so. I mean, it's possible he gets all the way through. But it's never happened to me in all the 2 times I've ever tried. Now, did I almost make it to a bonfire last time? Sam says Death Note. Javid says you think it's a Bleach reference. Sorry, I already forgot what thing possibly has to do with Death Note or Bleach. Wow, JJ says that I'm not going to see any more bonfires until I reach the sky again. You know, see the sky. There's no sky islands in this game. No, what I'm playing right now is a good game. Ah, thank you. Main character from Bleach is a Shinigami. Thank you so much, everyone. JJ says Shinigami is an angel of death in Japanese. Okay. Yeah, now Dem Rupee says that this fortress filters the last of the casual gamers, and I don't think I would have made it through. I wonder... Oh. Well, there goes another casual gamer off the ledge. I'm embarrassed. I blame Dem Rupees. I'm just kidding, and yet... I'm just kidding. JJ's got the AS2R certification death. Big oof. I feel like I made it pretty far yesterday. Last week that I played this. Well, did you see that message that was up on the ledge? Alright, but I got a whole workflow set up here. Come on down, little guy. I got the last laugh on him. Shadow Ops saw my disastrous disaster. See that? Crazy plunging attack. 3 hits, he goes down. That's the power of a butcher knife. That's the sound that those butchers make. What the hell? Okay. It's busy down here. Is this a death sentence? I'm very sorry, but I was thrown off. Like, remember when Obama butchered the oath? Is that the first? I think it was the first time he got elected. He butchered the oath, but it was not his fault. It was John Roberts, Chief Justice's fault. Because as you say each part of the oath, you say a few words, then Obama repeats. But John Roberts did 2 chunks at once. He was supposed to say 1, but he said 2, so Obama, yeah, they had to redo the oath. So what am I talking about there? Well, I was expecting there to be another enemy. Why wasn't there... Could that have been a one-time enemy on that? I'm very thrown off by the fact that there was no enemy. Is that 2 hits? Okay, yeah. Clash wonders if it's random. JJ says sometimes they fall off. Yeah, Shadow Ops says random AI too. However, we were talking about this a little bit. That I don't think there's any randomness or AI RNG, you know, that affects whether an enemy will spawn. my impression is that this game is laser specific about how many enemies will be where. And so if you walk up to this guy and he's not there, that means he fell off. So he's here now. I swear to God, this is not good. I'm so sorry. I didn't adjust the I need to adjust the camera. I'm so sorry. Javid says, you can notice sometimes enemies behind walls get hit randomly. Yeah, Javid thinks one of the enemy's AI got borked, and he ran into one of the blades and got knocked off. Sounds about right. I'm gonna get so good revenge. Dude, two-handed plunging attack is the way to go. It kills them in 2 hits. It's more efficient than Doge. Ripped from the headlines. Welcome to the Doge era. I can't even lock on to him yet. Triple shot, he goes down. Shadow Ops is counting my failures. And we're at 3x. Goodbye. Demrupi said, hoisted on his own petard. The lizard man setting his own trap, that is. Yeah, and I mean, I was the one who stepped on it, but... What is the canon that those lizard... Wow, you can even see the little notch where the trap came out. The big arrow. The stair dart. Dark Souls. Very dangerous. Where's Keo? This is Dark Souls. I sent out the notification, but it was early, so... Maybe Keo forgot to come back. Alright, good camera work. No! Now this is... I don't know, man. I'm so embarrassed. I'm very embarrassed. I don't know what to say. Okay, let's go down, says Dem Rupees. I'm sorry. I want this to be entertaining in advance, but I am cameraing my way to repeated deaths. Shadow Ops says the obstacles in the bridge are like American Gladiators, Wipeout, and Sonic Sat AM. Alright, thank you, JJ. Give me a little hope saying this is entertaining. Third, Bruno assuring me that it happens to the best of us. And I am the best. JJ says, why do I keep running away from it and rolling off? Sorry, I don't have a good answer to that. I think I just panicked, but I already forgot what happened. I guess the roll is like an instinctual... like panic move. Of course, the traps didn't work. Wow, they stagger after both of those hits. So if I do a two-handed plunge, he staggers. Two-handed heavy, he staggers. And then finish him off with a light. Watch this. I figured out a new thing. Well, I don't have the stamina now, but... If I only had a bow, I certainly do, but ammo is limited, see? 29 bullets. Bullets. Welcome to Dark Souls, everybody. Yeah, Demrupi says, dying in Sen's fortress is very appropriate. It's the natural order of things. I just gotta keep my cool, gauge where the S&M blades are gonna be, and then sign up for American Ninja Warrior. Did he see me? a wave of I'm too hastily I have to wait. JJ says fight him like a man. Honestly, at this point, that might be the safer bet. Jeez. My God, it's my gamer cred. Dude, it's like a gauge that's going downward, bro. 2 hits can kill him, it's true. 2 plungies. Did any of them even take damage? Clash wonders, does the character always moan this much? Well, certainly when he takes damage. It's got a pretty iconic damage get moan. You know, like shine get, but for damage. JJ emulates the moan of eternity. Wow, third Bruno says that I have enough large titanite. Oh, yeah. And, so can I go to Andre? Because Andre's right behind me, right? Should I? What's the word? But I guess... Do those... I noticed the trap was not pressed. So maybe the enemies can't trigger it. It has to be me that triggers it. Alright, I'm not gonna run back through the blades, man. Didn't even pick up the souls. I'm too nervous. Yeah, so they're helpless with those 3 attacks. They cannot even respond. Shadow Ops issues the decree. Forge your blade. Sounds like the tagline at the very end of an epic trailer for a movie. Forge your blade. Find your audience. No, I can't get by. Two hits for him. Forge your credentials. That sounds like... Oh! Son of a monkey. Almost got me. Stupid dart walls. The switch, says Demropies. Demropies saw it coming. Oh my god, that would have been demoralizing. But my morals are back. Dodged out of the... Now, is there going to be more bullcrap here? What happens in this room? This looks like such a torturous facility. You don't want to end up in one of these cages. Right? We all know how much Luigi suffered in the Mario movie. Well, oh, this is the classical derivative boulders? Oh, yeah. Shadow Ops says the arrow is my face. Huh? Now this area, did I come down here? Is there a boulder path? If I walk on this, will a boulder instantly roll down? And then that. Is he friendly? Clash Pineapple is getting boss vibes. You think a boss is on the horizon? Is this the one that doesn't react? Should I leave him alone? Or put him in the cage? Can I pick him up like the princess in Majora's Mask? Put him in a bottle? Oh, right. Someone had said... Because there's a hidden path. And I didn't figure it out last time. So, whatever. Okay, Javid says that that's a hostile enemy, but he's asleep. Now, do they have to see me to push down an Indy Jones boulder? Ah, okay. Shadow Ops recounts the graphical scenario when I got hit. Isn't he supposed to be rolling boulders? Interesting. JJ says, if I can get that enemy to attack that wall, it will break. So I will certainly try that at some point. Alright, I'm freaked out because I thought I remember there being boulders here. And I don't want to be lulled into a false sense of security. Was that a boulder? I'm watching out for dart walls. Interesting. JJ says looks like it's a rare sleeping giant. So the giant tasked with, you know, picking up the boulders and dropping them down the chute. Oh, trap. There's a trap. I can't remember if I can block the traps. All right. So the arrows come from behind you. What was that attack? I thought I just pressed heavy, but I don't know. It looked different. Yeah, Javid confirms the boulder is supposed to be rolling, and I believe it is now. There it is. Whoa. Bumped my elbow on the massive boulder. JJ says, wait for boulders, then run up, leg it, full speed. Here I was thinking getting to the top was safety, but the top... What the... Gears! Dude, gears for breakfast. Gears of war. It's full circle, but there might be enemies around. Don't stare up at the gears. Just barely made it, confirms JJ. Wow, there's 4 different ways. And can I affect where they go? By pressing this thing? Oh, look at that. That's what's... Dude, this is like a whole operation. They have a devious boulder rolling machine. So I can push it. Yes, indeed, confirms Bruno. But I gotta wonder where I would benefit. And by the way, is there... Okay, so there are ways to send it. Is it all 4 directions I could go? Alright, so I imagine I need to divert these boulders, but to where? Alright, JJ says I don't need to. Interesting. Third Bruno says that is another way to break the wall behind the sleeping snake. Interesting. Now, I just don't know if it'll be safe for me to... Is the fact... I guess I should just ask. The fact that this lever is configured the way it is, does that mean that the boulders are only ever going to go that way on screen? Alright. Interesting. Javid says if I do change it, it may stay changed. So coming back, if I die, will be easier. Now this, there's no... I don't think there's even a path for me to walk. Alright, JJ says that's not the case with the pushing. Like, because this doesn't seem to have a path, which I'm gonna go look at this edge right after it gets hit. This is like being inside a pinball machine. Yeah, so that... I kind of want to... This is epic. And I can rotate the camera during pushing. Now, is that going to break the bridge or something? Well, the enemy certainly got alerted. Is he going to go all the way around and come up here now? That doesn't look inviting. This is nuts. And I'm only like halfway through the game! This is a legendary game. Flash says try sniping that one dude on the bridge. Demrupi says that enemy running away is going to alert Sen. The Sen? Whose fortress this is? I better run. Here's Sonic's jail cell from SA2. Is there like... Oh, okay, there is a floor, but it's stairs that go down there. Yeah, right, as Third Bruno says, that place I diverged boulders to goes to... It's just a drop-off, so it's probably the safest option. Oh, here's another jail cell. I can go in? I wonder if this is the canonical way to go. It's so dark. It's quiet, too quiet. Oh. I mean... it says trap. And I should steer clear, I guess? I don't know. Third Bruno's mulling it over. Only one way to find out. Yeah, but I don't want to die if it's a guaranteed death. Alright, Third Bruno says it's a dangerous prospect to go up with that. Oh, but maybe down could be alright. Well, I don't know where else to go because... I mean... Oh, that's freaked the hell out of me. Like... I don't know. You guys said that... What am I doing? You guys said that... Oh, wait. Is this... Okay, I don't think... I guess I didn't go through here yet. I didn't notice this little door. This architecture is so funny. I say funny, it's just it. It's hard... I can't explain it, but it's so great. Alright, hold my shield, I should be fine. Demrupi says, there's no earthly way of knowing which direction we are going. Is that from Pocahontas? What the? From the side? Dude, this game keeps you on your toes. I only have 3 flasks, bruh. Ah, Willy Wonka. They got those omnidirectional elevators. Is this Sen's chamber? Getting close, says JJ. Like the sound of that. That moment where you don't know if it's an enemy or one of these petrified statues. Is that a live enemy? No, that's another one of those statues. Is it raining? Is it snowing? There's no way of even knowing. I made up the melody. The one scene that sort of scared me as a kid in Willy Wonka was it Veruca Salt? The one... What does she eat the gum and then she turns blue and kind of inflates and then does she go down the egg chute? I was always worried for her, like what happened down in the chute. She get hurt? She dead? Alright. I guess I gotta just do this. With one continuous sprint. And then maybe a dodge. Didn't even roll. Oh god. Is there anything behind me? There better not be. Oh, okay, I got 2 characters mixed up. Violet inflates. Veruca goes down the chute. I watched that movie a lot. Oh! That's no good. That was too close. That would have been an anticlimax for the ages. If I walked into that silo. JJ says 1 to my left up the stairs. Clash has got the Dustin Diamond sitcom theme. Saved by a corpse. Well, now I can deal with these like it's nobody's business. Oh, but not 2 back to back. Can I get around him? Yeah, baby. Oh, he attacked through his compatriot. And now I'm poisoned? Oh, am I in trouble? Where? Oh, there's a bigger one? Why? Oh my god. Oh, he's got like a triple attack. I gotta look out for those. Clash is vibing with the comedic timing. Third Bruno certainly got pincer attacked here your first time. JJ has the pop-up video fact. The smaller ones are female. Demrupi says in Willy Wonka, Veruca's fate is left ambiguous. The chute leads to the incinerator. That is kind of the vibe I was getting. And don't they sign a... Whoa, 2 of those? I gotta come to Sen's more often. People made it seem all scary and dangerous, but here I am getting 2 Titanite shards. Ooh, Javid says that pool of blood is a hint. Aha. Hey! Do I gotta get an enemy to break this wall? I don't want to keep hitting it with my precious sword. Oh, okay. For the hint. For the trap. Alright, so I should look for blood pools as an evidence of people that previously got by the arrows coming out of the wall. Dude, you get lost in this freaking building. It's epic. Is this where I came from? I'm gonna run out of flasks soon. I'm not gonna start pounding humanities. What the... Is this... Is this how I got here? Probably not. Wow, JJ says, one more Ninja Warrior run, this is it. Alright, JJ says if I make it, go right. So there's the electric dude. He's right there. Can I go... Can I, like, get around and kill him from behind? Is that possible, or no? I want to see what this ghost... Wow, great story. I guess I should eat the last flask. There's my healing. Alright, I guess that is where I should just go. Third Bruno says not preemptively. What is that a reference to? Sorry. Oh, like killing that guy. Right. So I can't get around. He's on his own standalone inconvenience podium. Now, I wonder if I should bait him into shooting his electricity and then run. This is devious because I cannot rotate the camera on this narrow of a walkway. Alright, JJ says just keep moving. You know, here, let me ask this before I run. Will it possibly help me if... Okay, JJ says he'll miss. What I was going to ask is if I do this, move a little, move a little, move a little. That way, I'm constantly moving, so he will eventually track me and shoot. Because what I'm concerned about is that I'm going to have to stop. Alright, JJ is flat out saying that he would hit me if I'm still, so... I have to, I guess, just gauge the timing of it. When should I start running? Swing. Do, swing. No fucking way. No fucking way. And I'm gonna get sent back. You know, should I shoot down that sentry guy? It would take a lot of arrows. The pain of Sen's fortress is rekindled. And Third Bruno is right, it is nonetheless a learning experience. Yeah, so JJ said I ran too late. So, and I already forgot. I was trying to think in my head, like, alright, run, start moving, start running at the moment, you know, the swords are like this. Or should it be when they're kind of up at their apex? Interesting. So Third Bruno shot them down with magic. Yeah, it would become much, like, maybe even easy if I didn't have to deal with that dude. One of the arrows didn't hit him. Top tip. JJ says you can touch the sides of the flat sides of the blades without getting hurt. Can touch the sides of the flat sides. Okay, so that would mean... I mean, I could even try that just to get a hang of the mechanic. So, like, once it's in front of me, I can press into it. And that way I'm running toward it not moving forward, but running animation. And as soon as it gets out of the way, then I'll start moving forward, I guess. Alright, JJ confirms. So that's useful, because that, you know, that means you're not wasting even a millisecond of opportunity once the opportunity... I'm going to try that right now. Well, I tried it, but it led to the good result of getting through. Now, JJ says holding ZR is a safety net. Now, ZR is, correct me if I'm wrong, heavy attack? Am I following that correctly? Oh. Or, okay, ZL. Gotcha. Well, actually, I have it as... What is this? LB? Yeah, LB. It's just called L. Yeah. Anyway. Alright, so I should always block. I gotta watch out. There's a trap. Yay. Alright, there's Clash's VGM request. If you're having... if you're not gonna send a whisper, just comment on any YouTube video of mine with your request. Well, listen, at the very least, I'm getting Sen's Fortress proficiency. No cannonballs, again. Two hits. Damn rupees think he kept the camera high, pointing downward. Yeah, that's kind of what I've been leaning toward, but now I will try it, like, maxed out, looking down. Oh, God. Oh, wait, that... Okay, I'm thinking of a different hallway where it comes out of the sides. Oh, my... Oh, I gotta go up. Watch your elbows. Whew. Move this as a happy ritual. There are Bruno wonders about the boulder reset mechanic. Oh. Alright, this was the room with the wall. Yikes. And hello, Night Terror. Welcome to the terrorful night of Dark Souls. Oh, this has got some close quarters danger. Oh! Oh, God. I knocked him down. My stats are that good. There's a second dude, right? Oh, that again. And yes, as JJ said, I was thinking that too. Now, look how quick I can get through all this stuff now. Dude, it's, you know, classic optimization. You try it again and again, you learn new techniques, you get familiar, you find your way with the territory. Two-hit punk. And no, Night Terror, this is not my first time playing Dark Souls, but it is my first playthrough, so this is the farthest that I've ever gotten. So it is my first play in that. Okay, so, wow, I'm already back to the sprint. That didn't take too long. So, yeah. If I'm standing at the back wall, I wonder if I should start the run right when they're in the middle of the walkway. Why can't I see them? What the hell? Alright, now I can see him. Alright, I want to make sure I understand this. JJ says start the run when you're hugging the blades. But I guess the concern with that is the lizard on the wall. I was not under the impression that I could come to a stop to hug the blades. Yeah, I guess my understanding was that it's just a complete run. Yeah, so I'm confused by that. I don't know how I can do that with the enemy on the wall. Let me shoot him with one arrow and see how much damage it does. Yeah, that's gonna use a lot of arrows, so... Now I'm confused. Alright, Javid saying I just gotta hope that the lizard's attack is timed so that I can, yeah, stomp at the blades. JJ says usually the lizard is a non-issue. Alright, so as long as I hustle, I'm probably gonna be alright. This is such a narrow walkway. FromSoft is really putting me in the gauntlet. Alright, I'm seeing them swing. Alright, which way? Oh, JJ said go right. I'm gonna listen to JJ. Are we outdoors? Yeah! Sky! Bonfire imminent? But there could be a FromSoft troll trap. I gotta look out. Dude, JJ is elated. I assume that's what the caps lock is. I did it! Yeah, so that electric attack doesn't happen too frequently. That, yeah, JJ was right. It's not that much of a threat. Dude, it's the sky. Oh, God. Is that the dragon from before? Is that trying to attack me? Or is it just doing its thing? What the? Oh my god, look who it is. I don't even know who it is, but he's pissed. Alright, JJ says stay on the move. And also, I gotta be observant to find the bonfire. Well done. Did I just see something moving? Is it dead end? Oh. Oh, I haven't seen the red cape dudes in a while. Alright, JJ says not this way. Dem Rupees is wondering if I should just be flat out told where the bullcrap bonfire, as Dem Rupees says. Alright. I'll try not to park in one spot. Whoa, he's throwing fine pots. They're like exploding cannonballs? Dude, that would have been a buzzkill of a generation. This is nuts. Look at this. Well, I shouldn't look at the scenery. There could be danger. Is that an enemy that I'm gonna need to deal with? Oh yeah, is that the same enemy from the church? Oh, alright. People saying I skipped the bonfire. I don't want to die, guys. Try right. Does it want me to... Yeah, so I would say just tell me. You jump off the ledge. Okay. Well, that's disappointing, but alright, since we got started a little late, I'm cool with one more attempt if you guys are. Speak now or forever hold your yore. Yeah, Demrupees says, just don't jump too far. Demrupees is ready to declare this is just might be the single worst part of this game. Not the Capra Demon? That's right, because the Capra Demon is excellent. Am I going to have to do a discuss segment about how great the Capra Demon is? Wow, JJ says, there's even narrower walks in the next area. This is just training. JJ says, Sen's Fortress is hard and all, but JJ fears the rooftop run. Remember Man Unleashed? Which video did we look at? Was it one of Kyo's games? It was like Sonic Unleashed, but a man running through like a city, or it's like kind of a Dark Souls-y environment. Oh god. I mean, I could try again. Yeah, we'll give it till 5:10. I should be able to get this damn bonfire. Perhaps this is now going to be my last attempt. Yeah, so do I have the ability to walk off? Kyo's in the house saying that whole segment is a make or break character moment. The true test of a Dark Souls player. Skinny rooftop run. I shall emerge a better man, says Kyo. Demropi says the game gets super cool after Sen's Fortress. Dragging this poor corpse. Kyo's vibing with them havoc physics, baby. Oh no, I forgot about this content. I'll do you for that. And pop a soda. JJ says when I make it to the next area, I'll have the good old night of wind at my service. Jumping over traps, making it look easy. Look easy, remembering that there was a trap. So the giant's just asleep today. Famous last words. Oh god. It's not an enemy in here? Is he gonna follow me down here? Is that what he does? It's quiet, too quiet. Trap in here. Oh, block that. That was not the right attack. I keep missing, dude. Get the last hit. Hey, what's up, Wanka dude? Wanka dude is in the house with the opening comment that the comment section of Sonic Symphony went off. Do you know why? What are people saying? Yeah, Dem Rupees was as surprised as I was that that dude was able to block despite, like, looking in the other direction. Yeah, what happened? Did Ian Flynn talk about Sonic's butt in the comments, so they turned off comments? I hit my elbow again. No, I got nervous. Well, I live to tell the tale. Hey there. Oh, never mind. It's just... Okay, I could do things. Maybe they accidentally put it in kids mode. But all is right in the universe. And we can now, once again, forever and always, do a reply comment to Some Call Me Johnny's comment that says, please, a physical edition. I will buy 2. A little bit demandy, but... and yes, King Moly, Sonic is happening, like, really soon. I'm gonna try to get this bonfire, but this is my last bonfire attempt. Oh, this is bad. How'd he get here? Switch to 2-hand. Oh, behind me is a big drop, right? Alright. I don't know how 3 enemies got here. This is falling apart quickly. Alright. Thank you for the GGs nonetheless, Third Bruno. Alright. Yeah, Kyo's in the house. Yeah, Demrupi says rest in peace, tough situation. I still don't have a handle on where the how many enemies, where are they in that particular room. Alright, so now we're gonna dive into, Sonic for the rest of the stream. And let me see, what was on the menu. So in the schedule, I had put Frontier Cyberspace, Shadow Generations 100%ing, and Chaotix Ring Seminar. If it was me and I was just gonna pick, I think I would start with Cyberspace to just get a couple runs in, probably no more than a half an hour of Frontiers Cyberspace. I guess I'm not as keen on doing Knuckles Chaotix Seminar, but I don't know, I would still do it if people wanted. Yeah, Demropes is right. Next time, I will surmount Sen's Fort. Yeah, last week was going to get the right weapon for the job. This week was getting a hang of Sen's Fortress. And next, it would be actually completing Sen's Fortress. Yeah, that's a good idea. Javid suggests upgrading my weapon, especially with all these Titanite shards, saying I can two-shot the lizards with 2 heavy attacks. Kyo, the more Kyo sees of Cleaver moveset, the less you like it. 2 exposed. There's some heavy attacks. Sam, much like me, hopes that cyberspace does not crash. You know, hearing not really any nominations, maybe I should start with 100%ing Shadow Gens. Just, you know, it has good graphics, it's new. It's good shadow, you can check in with Maria, I think. Certainly Gerald. I never got the movie DLC, can you believe that? Was that a good $6 investment, not buying it? Alright, cool. EB is down for Shadow Gens. Let's do it. And hello, EB. A wild EB appears. Wackadude was fortunate to get Shadow Generations on a birthday of all occasions. Day 1 edition, very cool. Alright, I'm not even going to send you to the waiting zone. Yeah, EB can't play cyberspace. Oh, yeah, because you would be playing along. Beating my time by 3 minutes or more. Alright, I'm not even going to send you to the waiting zone. JJ says you could get the DLC as a goof. Except that I'm going out of business. Which is my goofy way of saying money is tighter than ever. I wonder if it's on sale, though. I'll be right back, but I'll talk to you from a distance. Because if I send you to the waiting zone, it's going to feel like, oh, now we're on the other side of the dimension, and who knows how long it'll be. It's not going to be long. So, what can I tell you? Well, Sonic Robo Blast 2 kart is happening tonight. Let me, at least as a goof, look at the store to see if they're still asking for $6. And I could even look up the Steam price chart to see if the $6 patch that helped paid for Keanu Reeves' participation in the movie, some have conspiracy theorized, has ever been on sale. Pardon me. My gosh. Hiccups. Did we talk about hiccups lately? Let's see. Well, let me show you my Steam. You're going to see Serious Sam 2 as a recently played game. All right, the static is happening again. So it's got, yeah, it's because I just plugged the wire. So let me do the known fix. Kind of a drag to have to pop it in again, but it's not like it's the end of the world. But thank you for letting me know. All right, let's see. Store. So there's the movie pack. And then I saw, I think, a free item that was just, what's it called? Just the Sonic Jam skin, I guess. Or dread I say it, legacy skin. I hate that. All right. Open up Shadow Gens. Now, JJ says, poor Alex's PC. Have I done a PC health check? No. Is that something that's built into Windows that I could do, like, tomorrow or something? Where the hell is it? There it is. I've opened OG Generations a lot more recently than Shadow Generation. Why did I open Sonic Generations for the Sonic Mania video? Is that a spoiler to even ask that question? I can't remember. Sam says you could game on your Mac. I don't know about that. I also don't want to game on my Mac because it's got a heavy enough workload over the years to edit every single music theory video I've ever made that I just feel like asking it to game will be pushing my luck. So yeah, let's collect a handful of collectibles. Come on, Alex. The game's open. You can probably hear it, right? Yeah. Let's find my Shadow Generations window. Well, I think I heard that this passed 2 million in sales. I can't remember if I showed that as an on-screen segment, but yay, the Sonic series is gonna continue. Alright. Playing as a Splatoon squid. Oh, I saw that collectible. How can I get that? Ah, look at that. Just thing luminously looking over me. Ominously. What could I get? We've got the Sonic Heroes fans, always great to see. .3D exploration, you guys. Just like Banjo-Kazooie. What? I gotta press Y, that's the Chaos Spear. Sounds like a Hades weapon. Aspect of Shadow. Nope. At least I destroyed it. Usually these gimmicks are so intuitive. Why am I struggling? I mean, the one gimmick that Charlie Penguin Zero couldn't figure out is, of course, I think the squid and the swinging mechanics. He's not good of enough of a gamer to figure that out. What the... Does it want me to spear it before I jump? This is... And if anyone has a free moment to update the stream category. Yay. Now was that the one? Oh, look at that. That's got to be Sonic 06. Oh no, that's Sonic Rivals, I want to say. Interesting. Yeah, JJ used to have a some kind of service program and website that would tell you how much your computer has degraded. Is that like the circuits on the motherboard get rusty? So it has to work harder to like get around the rust? Alright. Why don't I go to a mission? Although, no, I should start with a full boat level. So let me hop on the subway at Kingdom Valley and see. Wow, I've barely gotten... No, it doesn't have a rank. Is that just mean I got the worst rank when I did it? Sam says we should raise cash for me to get a new PC. And while I appreciate that, I don't know. Like, the microphone issue is such a small... Right? I'm not happy about it, but it's such a small thing that has a workaround. Yeah, I don't know. I appreciate the concern, but you guys have always been... Look, I don't want to jinx it, but everything that's happened with this computer, it's never concerned me that much. I'm very grateful that I can still stream, you know, this and Frontiers without any true issues. JJ says, do a user benchmark test. But, yeah, you're saying I would have to download an exe file, but who makes that? Is it Bill Gates published? Plowing through enemies. No gameplay required. Oh yeah. That's cool. Such detailed environments. JJ says it'll run a simple 3D graphics thing and direct me to a web page telling me what percentage my PC parts are at health-wise. All right. Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't think... Look, if there's things I can do to clean up my PC, then I should definitely do them. But I guess, you know, Sam, if you think... Serious Sam 64, if you think I should maybe do a test or clean up my PC, what issues that you've witnessed in this computer makes you think that that's worthwhile? JJ thinks that I have a GPU problem. As indicated by what? That one-time Frontiers crash?
Out of my way. Let's do this.
Alright, dropping frame rates when capturing things. And the crashes. What do you mean by when capturing things? Just to make sure I understand. Because I really hope that doesn't mean gameplay footage that I've captured. Yeah. What's that about? Is that during streams? Alright, so JJ says that Mario Galaxy 2 was having frame... Okay, but that's emulation. And then you're also saying Discord feed is always... Okay, so Discord feed of what? Oh, did I miss a collectible on the left there? I haven't seen any collectibles. This level is massive. Okay, when capturing your gameplay. So, just to be crystal clear, you're seeing a choppiness on... is it my feed, or is it your game? I'm just struggling. I don't know if you're looking at my feed, or... oof, you're looking at your own. Sorry, I'm not... My eyes are just on the lookout for collectibles. How could I avoid that? These trick ramps. Alright, my feed. Yeah, JJ says not a big problem. Just a sign that things are getting tough. Yeah, so, I mean... so, absolutely, it could be. Oh, I saw the collectible. Dude, this is so crazy. This water? Is there anything like this in Sonic 06? Or is this new for this game? Oh, and I'm sorry, I forgot. I remember... I'm sorry. Dem Rupees had said... yeah, so sorry. Where... how did I lose this? Okay, yeah, Dem Rupees had said... sorry, I forgot to read... I looked at it and I meant to read it. Dem Rupees has said, is this the very recent Sonic game with good reviews? It sure is. This one sold 2 mil. And they tried hard on a Sonic game for the first time in forever. Because of the movie. That's my thought. I only got one collectible. Okay, JJ says that... yeah, Dem Rupees goes, how biblical. JJ says it's from Sonic's Mach Speed section. But even this is disappointing compared to the original. Wow, that's a high bar to set. But I'm just amazed by it because I don't have the old version for reference. Oh, let me do targeted mission. Oh no, I haven't. Oh, but I don't have any collectibles. What's that awful noise? Is that the drone helicopter above? I'm on the hunt for collectibles. And I missed one already. Vector Sater confirms this section is in Sonic 06. Indeed it is, as confirmed by JJ. A new sound effect in Sonic games. Unless that's from an existing game. Hey, I definitely jumped. Is that it? I failed at life. Alright, so the mission is destroying enough blue containers. Please use our mechanics. Ah, the baby way up. Side path over there. Is it free path? invisible wall. But where are the collectibles? Alright, Javid's taking off. See you later, man. Oh, I got one more collectible. Maybe I gotta bang a left. Go, 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 go. I'm trying to go left here. Missed my mark. Okay, so it basically prevents you from backtracking. That's fair enough. This is a narrow way. Oh. Nice. Haha, ugly gameplay. And I still got an S rank. Did it, baby. Sam wonders if JJ beats Sonic 06. Get the true ending. Oh yeah, and I was gonna ask, this is not Sonic 06, but it reminded me of it. So is the final boss of Sonic Heroes not canon? Because Knuckles and Tails go super with Sonic, don't they? There's the first collectible. I'm gonna go so fast at Sonic Robo Blast 2 kart tonight. I just don't know if it'll be as fast as Eevee. Kyo doesn't think Super Tails and Super Knuckles are canon. Yeah, because echidnas aren't hedgehogs. And the genetic blueprint is very clear-cut. But I wonder if there's any, you know how you play a game and there's multiple endings, and you kind of got to figure out what is the true ending. Is that the collectible? It's just a 10 ring. You die because I missed the bird? Nice. Sam is going to join us for SRB2 kart. Wow, EB says it's 100% canon. And furthermore, they got super bubbles around them. The only discrepancy is that Knuckles should have gotten his own super form from 3K. But it was just the new Sonic Heroes version. So is the super bubbles, that's like an extra flourish that's only in Heroes. Oh, I saw a music collectible. That was the middle collectible I needed. Imagine if the last collectible was just boringly in a box. See the frame rate dip when he did that attack? Hey, what's up, Yoshi? Saying you were about to say I'm looking suavemente today. With the white suit on, got my white suit, I'm ready for prime time. Hello, Yoshi. Yeah, Keo says the only thing that would put this to rest would be a new game that had Super Tails or Knuckles in it. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. My blessed stats just increased. EB says, extra flourish for heroes. Think they didn't want to touch Knuckles having a super form while Tails not having it. It's easier to give him bubbles. Oh, so the bubbles reconcile that? I'll probably have to do some... what's it called? Recon. You guys watch Bickerbox? What's the Bickerbox Brickerbox? Not to be confused with Blocky Box Guy, I guess? Birdie. I wonder if Blocky Box Guy is trying intentionally to sound like, Bickerbox. Alright, EB is weighing in saying Bickerbox is amazing. Yeah, I can't remember which video I may have sampled, but something about it screamed, not for me. But that's not an objective judgment, just that it didn't float my boat or find my lost remote. Can I cancel out of this? I love that you can just wait for... Okay, there it does. Expire if you take too long. Oh. Alright, JJ says that he's a good writer, his love of Sonic is clear, and he knows his comedic timing. Yeah, EB said that was basically you, but the opposite effect. So immediately you were like, yup, this is my jam. Now, did my Chaos Power reveal like a hidden grinding rail in that? EB was going to mention the comedic timing aspect. Yeah, maybe I'll have to try him again with a fresh set of eyes. Alright, I see the collectible up there. Maybe that is from that grind rail. Now, could I jump off the edge on purpose? Alright, it sends you to the beginning, but I'm gonna beeline it for the end. Keo wonders who. That would be the unfortunately named Bickerbox. If I should just hone in on the name of the channel, it's not the best name for, remembering and spreading the word. Brickerbox? Maybe Blocky Box Guy? I forget. Go watch the Sonic Show. I'm just kidding. But that's like a case study of the negative effects of having a hard to pronounce, hard to remember, short-sighted username like that. Alright, cool. JJ recommends his video, Sonic Origins is still not finished. I wonder if I've seen that video. It's so funny, as a snapshot in time, the fact that when Origins came out, remember Mr. Hockey 6969, right? That was sort of his breakout video. Because I remember seeing it. It showed up in my feed, a Sonic expert's, impressions of Origins. And I'm listening to him express all the same concerns that I had, and it was very, validating. I felt seen. I'm glad that whoever this hockey man is acknowledges, just like I do, the fact that it's a problem that when you ride down to the Hydrocity Act 1 boss, that you hit the U and then you go up the U the other side like 70 miles into the air off screen. Yeah, JJ's maybe looking to get a GameCube player in the future. EB's maybe gonna mod his. GameCube player, is that when you can connect your Game Boy Advance to a GameCube to play on the big screen? If you wanted the big silver screen experience with Sonic Advance 2, why not just ask Steve Snake? Alright, I gotta not die. And I guess I gotta save my Chaos Control for that last part. With the final Colbert Bald Eagle. Keo says, Alex Yard sponsored by Red Bull. What about Red Bull? I had a season with Red Bull when it was new. I liked the taste of it. I still do, I just wouldn't buy it. Ah, Keo saw a lovely Red Bull ad. So Red Bull just sent me a tiny fraction of a penny. Like the tiny fraction of a penny that Taylor Swift gets every time you stream, whether it's Taylor's version or Evil Scooter Braun's version. Alright, I got my Chaos Control. Aw, man. Hearing that sound effect from Shadow 05 is so awesome. I don't know if that sound effect has appeared in any other Sonic games. Now, have I gotten an S rank? I probably got an S rank before, but let me see. Aw, sweet. An anonymous gifter has stepped up and taken Red Bull out of Keo's plate for a whole month with a tier 1 sub. Well, thank you so much, anonymous generous gifter. I appreciate it. Keo does. Even in Spanish. But yeah, JJ says that with that GameCube player, that JJ's gonna have real hardware Sonic Advance streams. Hell yeah. That's cool. Let me just make sense. Yeah, so EB remembers people being in an uproar over those Taylor's versions. Yeah. So I don't know if maybe you didn't... In case you didn't hear anything of the Discuss segment that I did before today's gaming normal segment, I did talk about the Taylor version thing because we were talking about composition rights. So what were people having an uproar about Taylor's versions? Does it sound different enough that people were kind of displeased about the sound? You know, I hear that, and I'm not able to compare them, but I could imagine, you know, a Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes type of situation where it doesn't quite sound right. And it's enough to notice it and kind of ruin it. So you're sitting there on Spotify, well, I could have the perfect nostalgic version that was defining of my childhood, or I could have this new version where when Taylor tries to hit that F-sharp note, it's a little bit flat. Hey, a bolt! But thank you very much, anonymous sub-gifter. I do appreciate it. Alright, this is a micro challenge. Better. Why don't I have any ranks? I don't want to do a full level. I just want to do bite-sized challenge. That's where my head is at. So I guess I'll do one more challenge mission, but yeah, if anyone has a sentiment of what game to migrate to next, it doesn't even have to be one of the games specified on the channel. EB says people who didn't understand were looking at it as another cash grab, and people already don't like her character. Really? I thought that Taylor was America's sweetheart. Is it because of all the drama and ex-boyfriends and setting a bad example of... wow, JJ says there's separate S ranks for with or without Doom rings. Wow. So, does that mean if I see a level with no ranks, I wonder if that means that I already got the normal S ranks, and that lack of a ranking is, you know, I gotta do the Doomwing version. Yeah. EB says fans were going nuts over her old songs, and people were justifiably teasing him for acting like it was a world-shaking release. Yeah, people have criticized Taylor for private jets. JJ adds that, yeah, she's disliked online. Oh, no, it was JJ that said that about the jets. Her carbon footprint was atrocious, while also acting like some kind of angel. I mean, for Taylor to re-record those songs, I wonder if it's going to set a precedent that makes the whole thing moving forward, where in the post-Taylor's version world, anyone that gets signed to a label, like the record label, is going to know that the Taylor's version maneuver could happen, so they're going to prevent that from happening if they can say, like it is surprising that if someone like Taylor retains the composition rights while the label owns the master recording, well, you'd think that it would be as simple enough as to say, like, well, okay, you own the composition, you can make another version of it if it's a remix or if it's transformative, but you can't make one that, you know, just sounds the same. And it's so funny to me that Kelly Clarkson suggested this maneuver to Taylor on Twitter. Like, just everyone could see the tweet. And also, every time she said the word you, Y-O-U, she just put a capital U. You know, you can... God damn it, I'm struggling with this easy collectible. Almost as bad as I am at Dark Souls. I don't know, I saw Taylor Swift doc way back on 60 Minutes, and she seemed mostly alright, and I gave her credit for staying for so long at concerts to meet with fans for like 3 hours to meet as many as possible. I'm like, alright, she's solid. But I can't get behind just the constant drama, the constant cycling of celebrity boyfriends to them, you know, whine and complain about it in her lyrics, but really she feeds on all of that. I'm gonna be honest. If you really think John Mayer is finally the solid rock that's gonna solidify your love life identity, I don't know what I'm saying. But I do know that I need to try something different for this blue collectible. Because what I've been trying is not working. JJ says, you know, there is a character limit on Twitter. And that is true. EB says, her fans were acting like she broke the shackles of publishing hell. Okay, and her fans are... Okay, so her fans were saying, look at this amazing, brave, powerful move that Taylor has done. Dude. You only get one ring. EB says, I wouldn't last in an hour in the asylum where they raised her. What, did Taylor Swift get raised in some wacky orphanage? What's the story with that? Or is it because of these S&M spike balls I keep dying to? Is there character building gauntlets at Taylor Swift's orphanage? Alright, I need a good game plan. I can't rotate the camera. And there's no first-person view. Banjo-Kazooie has this game beat in that department. Yeah. You look badass skating like that, I tell you. You just wait around for the collectible. Alright. EB says that's a lyric in her songs, which people lambasted, I always get that word wrong, criticized because she grew up in a very wealthy house. Yeah, I wonder what the heck she could have been possibly talking about. She had like a... Yeah, she wasn't like having a disadvantaged upbringing, right? No, don't... Hey, please dish out, EB. This is the Saturday Night Lounge. Chill gameplay. Anything goes discussion-wise. Let's return to white space. Shake it off. Shake it off. The song Bad Blood is so bad. As a composition, it's a song that I would cook up in 20 minutes for a class if I put off my homework. Bad blood. Problems. Like, really bad. Oh, man. I can barely take Shake It Off as it... That's a really bad song. JJ says, didn't Taylor claim to be a notable farm girl? But she's a Nepo baby? Yeah, because who's her dad? Billy Ray Cyrus or some grab? I'm just kidding, that's Miley. Miley is a Nepo sweetheart. You look at her, stick out her tongue, and you're like, yeah, you're famous because dad. I know it's not that simple, but in my darkest hours, I consider the hypothesis. Yeah, PB says, like, what? You're not a relatable young girl. You're beyond rich. Yeah, did she go to one of those deluxe high schools that have fencing classes seasonally? I will give, if I had to give her credit, I would say that some of her early songs are awesome as compositions, no doubt about it. See that I'm the one who understands you. That's a great song. EB agrees, perhaps with that early catalog praise. Damn. Keo says, meanwhile, the school you go to looks like a prison. So you have more oppression cred than Taylor. Well, it's not a high bar to clear. Because Taylor didn't grow up in an asylum. Gamropes likes knowing people's guilty pleasure music. And I know what you mean by that, but I'm always the devil's advocate guy that says, you know, I don't feel any guilt about it. You know, Evan, I've always felt that way about Party in the USA by Miley Cyrus. I've always loved that song. And it's so goddamn funny, the fact that that I like that song a lot as a composition, as a performance. Yeah. Party in the USA. Okay. And it has the iconic lyric, you know, she's all upset, stressed out. But then a Jay-Z song comes on. Jay-Z song comes on. Okay. And then that solves all her problems. She's in her happy place. Okay. So then cut to an interview, and they ask her, oh, yeah, cool Jay-Z shout-out. What are your favorite songs? She goes, I'm sorry, I've never heard a Jay-Z song. I didn't write the Party in the USA. And so it was like, wow. The one song that I undeniably acknowledged the quality of was not even Miley. So there was no real reason to attribute that to Miley other than the vocal performance. JJ's first exposure was in the Guitar Hero spin-off, where she had 3 songs as a playable avatar. And I was just, I heard something interesting about that, about those musician avatars in, like, Band Hero, This, That Hero, because I guess the band No Doubt sued one of those types of games because there were, you know, avatars you could play as that looked a lot like, you know, Gwen Stefani and Adrian Brody, whatever the damn bassist's name is. I keep going on a path to nowhere. Just trying to find the... Can you get to the super missions? Yeah, unromantically in the menu? Like this? And the answer is yes. Alright, one more collectible here. EB says that's a Gen Z classic. I'm getting exposed. What's that? Party in the USA? So that means that I'm just, I'm exposed as someone who loves Gen Z content. And by the way, I can't wait to do the King K thing about Pokemon. Holy, what a watershed moment. You know, if we're starved for discussion right now, I would love to at least say a quick thing or two about that Pokemon Sword and Shield thing. Alright, I'm gonna get the collectible and then go for just the mission rank. Interesting, yeah, JJ says Band Hero and Guitar Hero 5 were a couple of the culprits. Yeah, so EB says, did King K defend Sword and Shield? Yes, he pretty much pushed back at people who were upset about, you know, the underwhelming models and animations. You know, I missed my mark again. Yeah, so for anyone listening that doesn't know, because I didn't know about this situation until I watched the video at JJ's recommendation, and what a literally perfect recommendation from JJ. So what happened was, I keep missing my mark. Pokemon Generation 8, Sword and Shield, was the first Pokemon generation that did not have all of the previous Pokemon from all previous generations. So I guess even up to Generation 7, they were still including the backlog of all Pokemon. So on one level, you can say that that's realistically not sustainable at a certain point, and it makes even more sense that the first generation that they would do this is on the Switch. It's more complicated, has higher development costs. Okay. So when they explained this choice in a Nintendo Direct, you know, it's the Japanese developers talking through a translator. Oh, I gotta freeze these puppies. Come on, I had one job, and I gotta start over? So what they said in the translated statement was, oh, well, yeah, there's so many Pokemon, and now that we're developing on the Switch, you know, we want the Pokemon, we're striving to have them be more expressive, you know, on a level with what the Switch is capable of. Well, the fact of the matter is that they were using... I guess they did bring back a certain quantity of Pokemon from previous generations, and those Pokemon in question that were brought back, people discovered that they were just using the same wireframes from previous generations. Okay? So at that point, you gotta figure, well, what would it even mean for them to make more expressive Pokemon if not for the animation? What could you possibly be talking about? Now, I don't remember if King K said anything specific on that, but I guess it could only be textures, right? You're using the same wireframe, but you're putting on new textures. So, I share the concerns of the Backlash-ateers to say, like, hey, more expression. We should see, you know, facial muscles, facial muscles, or maybe, you know, muscles, like articulations of the arms and legs, any of that stuff. What do I need to get, an S rank here? Yeah. Yeah, Kyo had said that there's no excuse for the last two Pokemon gens. Explanation, sure, but not excuses. Okay, and Dexit is the name of this phenomena. So JJ said the issues is the lies, the budget, slaving of the devs and anime staff. Yeah, EB said he should have seen the outcry when this happened. Absolutely insane. But yeah, EB says Pokemon Company doesn't care, they just put the game. Same models, but different shading and lighting. So yeah, I think that King K pushed back on the accusation that Game Freak lied. Now, JJ said the issue is the lies. So which lies? Are you maintaining, and it's fair if you do, but are you maintaining that the expressive infamous quote was a lie? Because I don't want to go into all my talking points from that Discuss segment, but my God, it's just really weird that King K would be such a corporate apologist. I guess I just feel like King K almost tries to have his cake and eat it too, with the sweeping cop-out that, oh, you don't understand. Pokemon is a money machine, and it's a business that they're selling a product that they know will be successful regardless. Whether there's a dip in quality expectations. Right, whether or not I would agree with the exact verdict of Game Freak lied. Right, because King K says, well, it's a translation, so you don't know if expressive was the exact word that was meant. Well, I'm so mad about cop-outs like that, because it makes it seem like you can get away with vague misinformation if you're from another country in a different language, right? You're doing commerce. You got to make sure that you're getting the right translator. JJ says, yeah, they straight up lied about animation and models. Well, but are you gleaning that, JJ, solely from the expressive quote, or was there more? Did they specifically say, yeah, we're gonna have more, to use JJ's words, more animation and models. Now, so here's the kind of awesome... Dem Rupees is touching upon what's going to be the big... it's going to involve the sentence... When I sentence King K, it's going to have to do with this. Okay, so what Demrupi said, Game Freak knows that they have an Apple-like cult following with Pokemon, so they can get away with slop. And that is a big part of King K's treatise, right? And it is that Pokemon is a money-making machine. It's guaranteed to get a high amount of sales, right? And it's like, well, yeah, but that doesn't mean fans can't express their discontent, right? I would think you'd want to live in a perfect world where someone can just vote with their wallet. And it does seem that even the biggest detractors of Pokemon 8 and 9 still buy the game, right? Is that fair to say that there weren't that many protest boycotts, right? Everyone bought the game. And so at a certain point, I feel like if you buy the game, you almost don't have grounds to complain because you're enabling the laziness. It's a tricky thing. You play a game from the first generation and you're invested. You have to buy each new game. I can totally understand. Yeah, JJ says the overworld is awful. Pokemon just pop in and aren't even scaled to size properly. Okay, and JJ says that the Pokemon have new overworld animations, which is what they could have been talking about when they were talking about the expressiveness. Yeah, and EB points out the Pokemon anime and other side modes from the 3DS titles. And hello, Starstruck. Hello and welcome. And yeah, EB says Demrupies is 100% correct. Looking at Scarlet and Violet, that must be Gen 9 selling as good as ever. JJ says that J, to the first power, wouldn't stop buying them. The ones in JJ's library are from J because JJ is not going to buy them. Okay, so I was going to link it back to the big twist. Okay? Everything that King K and then Demrupies just explained, that they have such a dedicated consumer base that they can get away with slop, that exact same dynamic that enables a bogus product from the Pokemon Company is the same dynamic at play, potentially, with King K's YouTube channel, right? King K has built up a brand for himself, and if he posts a new video on a prominent thing, people are going to watch it. And if it's a bogus video like that Pokemon video, well, not only are people watch it, they might even be more engaged, technically. Right? And when you think about the fact that King K video, he talks all about how England was the inspiration for that generation. And then he incorrectly states, oh yeah, there's even a Pokemon that's designed to look like Gene Simmons from the British rock band Kiss. And so, of course, people in the comments pointed out, hey buddy, Kiss is an American band. They were all born in America, except for Gene Simmons, who was born in Israel, and then emigrated to America, right? And so, what does King K say about this? Well, he says, yeah, sorry I got that wrong. I'll have to be more careful next time, but continue to comment, and if you're upset about it, continue commenting, because it helps me in the algorithm. LMAO. End of comment, right? So that's like an openly spiteful, and he also responded to the general backlash on the video, and I'm just disgusted to hear him say, like, yeah, well, I read some of the feedback, and it seemed like I kind of messed up on this video, so I'll try to do better next time. Like that. I'm not going to bring up any Undertale topics right now, but that reminds me of the situation with the record label, where the guy in charge of the record label does all these bad things that gets them bad press, and then they have someone lower than him on the corporate ladder come out and say, it was bad for him to do that, so I admonished him. And it's like, that is about as useless as King K saying, I guess I screwed up on this one, I'll try to do better next time. Dude, and so, King K, right? Another thing he says in that Pokemon Sword and Shield video, right? It's almost like a watershed geek critique moment. I won't tangent about the geek critique, but King K basically says, like, hey, you know, when I do these reviews, when I do these video essay analyses, he's like, he basically said, I'm just doing this for me. And, sorry, I'm blank. He says, you know, when I'm doing my critical commentary, if I say I like something, all that means is that it's special to me. Like, he pretty much admits, like, I'm just doing these reviews in my own bubble. You're allowed to watch, but, right? So, he's openly admitting that he's not necessarily setting out to persuade you or to present a good case. He's just want to say, I like it, I don't like it, and I'm going to use SAT words to describe it. Watch the video or don't. The fact is, King K is under not really any business pressure to deliver. I gotta go to a level. Jeez, I'm rambling about King K. Rool. Oh, he's gonna have his day in court. He's gonna get sentenced Dem Rupees was a Pokemon mega fan growing up. And you did not even entertain watching new Pokemon game trailers. I infamously bailed on Pokemon after Gen 1. All the new Pokemon they added to Gen 2, it's just my mind rejected the plausibility of it. How could Professor Oak have not known about all these? That's ridiculous. I breaking up with you, Pokemon. Dude, JJ says we need a sentenced emote. Dude, with a gavel? That would be awesome. Now, King K doesn't... Sorry, Dem Rupees doesn't know King K, but you're dying laughing. That's a critical hit. So, King K, I'm going to mention this too in the Discuss segment, but I watched King K videos, okay, long before I knew I would be a full-time, content creator. When I was just a regular working Job, I watched King K. I watched his videos, I would have him on when I'm eating my breakfast cereal, and literally, my thought process so I was a patron of King K for like a couple months, and my thought process was like, alright, I don't necessarily agree with everything he says, but it's really well written, well thought out, it's interesting food for thought, and I'm like, well, if I'm watching his videos on the regular with my morning cereal, it's only right. I should, and I just did, a small pledge, maybe $1 or $2 at most. And I don't remember what was the turning point. Let me just go into a level, collect collectibles. And I can always just get there from here. It's just less romantic. I want collectibles. Hello, Ghosted Burb. Hope you had a good stream. Wow, JJ remembers a King K. Rool video where he goes off on a 10-minute ramble about the Russians and how the USA should be going to war. I wonder what could have conceivably been the relevant connection. Because, dude, people call him out in that Sword and Shield video. They're like, dude, this video should have been titled, Pokemon Fandom Retrospective, because you spend so much time, right? So some people in the comments were wondering if he was being disingenuous. And if I understand that, right, to say that someone is making a disingenuous video, I take that to mean that they're saying things that they don't actually mean, and they're just doing it, as a performance piece for attention, to stir up, grab, right? But it is so... Part of why I had to break up with King K and cancel my subscription on Patreon was that he's so negative. He's so negative. And I knew people in college that were like this, what I'm about to say. It's a trait where it's a person who is in many ways intelligent, very well spoken, maybe even well versed in the classics. But the way this manifests itself in the way that they comment on art is that if something is really good, alright, Ghost of Burb was just popping in for a quick hello, but have a great night, Ghost of Burb, see you around. So despite all of this knowledge and well-spokenosity, it leads to, in this very particular personality type, is that when something is really good, and maybe even close to flawless, there's almost this sort of resentment that you can hear in the voice. It's almost like a tone of resentment when, this thing is really good, I can't find anything bad to say about it. And that just kind of reveals that you are like, your whole reason for being, your whole MO, is to just dwell on any negative thing as possible. And that's like the primary engine of how you engage with something, right? And I told him flat out when he did his, go ahead, give me your impressions, give me your worst, be honest. And I said, if you find a great game, shouldn't you just celebrate the fact that it's a great game? Instead of saying, I genuinely can't find anything bad to say about it. Speak in the affirmative. And yes, as JJ would say, only fools self-declare themselves as royalty. I truly think it's obnoxious that he declares himself King K, and I don't know if he changed it, but at one point, his handle on Twitter was the King of King K, right? So it's bad enough that you're naming yourself the King, but now it's the King of King. And so, like I was saying, if it's disingenuous, he could be leaning into his, condescending persona as a performance piece, but man, that Pokemon Sword and Shield is like the worst example of him. He's talking about the fact that when they explain that the Switch is going to have more expressive stuff, this was in a treehouse where they were showing you the gameplay footage. And so King K goes, well, they weren't trying to be deceptive because they were showing you the game as they were talking about it. He goes, anyone with a functioning pair of eyeballs could see the gameplay on... And it's like that. I can understand why people start to suspect that it's disingenuous because those extra flourishes don't help anything. They don't convert any new people to being persuaded. And they only further polarize. JJ said that Russia rant was the year of the Ukraine invasion. King K talks about how he was scared to go out because he was always watching the news and fearing nuclear war. Well, I think he smokes a little bit too much weed. I think another thing that, since this is the King K Appreciation Hour, I think another thing that rubs me the wrong way is that he's a very selfish writer. Like, he's kind of like what I said before. He openly admits, if I find something special in a game, it's special to me. You guys are invited to watch, but... Okay? You go to his Twitter, and half the tweets, I have no idea what he's going on. So, he's kind of a selfish communicator, I'm not going to name any other names, but when you have that person in your life who's constantly making inside references, and then what, you're supposed to ask, like, oh, what is that from? Thereby killing any potential humorous magic of it. I see half of his tweets are unintelligible, and I'm just like, okay, maybe this is not for me. Maybe I have to be, you know, a subsonic Sparky who's familiar with all the new internet lingo like schmovement. Oh my god, schmovement was a word that I heard casually dropped in Sparky's stream without any explanation or and I'm like, man, he's probably following King K. Maybe if I spent my life on Reddit, I would understand a bit more of what King... But it's so cryptic and just very one way. But yeah, JJ was concerned when Mr. King Klonoa went on his nuclear rant. Keo loves Rolet. What was that, the emote? Keo says, what happened after I said that to King K? I don't think he... I never got a notification. It's possibly I missed it. But he had basically, and I give him credit on one level for doing this. He did a community post that says, hey, you know, I'm reassessing my content, thinking about the road forward. And so I want to take this opportunity, leave a post, give me all your genuine constructive criticism, and be brutally honest, don't hold back. Yeah, I wonder if he heard me name drop his ass in the Sonic 3 25% video. He's gonna get named again in the Sonic Heroes video. And he's gonna get a video about him next week. Pokemon Sword and Shield discussed. EB says, maybe just not for you. EB doesn't find any issues with the verbiage or personal YouTube videos. Well, like verbiage, what? You're talking about all the unnecessary Liam Triforce, scholastic aptitude test words? Talking about Pokemon Sword and Shield saying, I don't like the way this game's structure takes away player agency. Okay, so you mean it's linear? Maybe you were talking about Sparky with the verbiage or the personal YouTube videos, like Schmovement. Yeah, Schmovement. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, clearly there's a market for that. As the comment section of Sparky's video would indicate, that for a great many people, it's the second coming. But I doubt any of those people are in their 30s. Maybe that's an assumption. It's probably maybe not fair, but I wonder if he's, you know, like really just a direct expression of being 22 years old in 2025. I don't know how old Subsonic is. He's always been very cagey about that, which I've never particularly appreciated. And it's not like he owes me, you know, his birth year spelled out, but it becomes continually baffling to try to contextualize his behavior. And then EB says, do I think that's a bad thing, though? What, the schmovement and stuff like that? If that's what you mean, I guess perhaps I can't make an objective judgment about whether, right, casually dropping the word schmovement during a stream and expecting that to speak for itself, right, you are very suddenly, you're making content that's not for everyone. And look, niche is fine, catering to a certain demographic, right, that, look, when you stop trying to cater to everyone, you can soar to new heights. But I worry that something like schmovement is very superficial and meaningless. I just don't think that using the word schmovement conveys anything that normal English could convey, in which case it just becomes very superficial, very like, it's kind of like in Penny's Big Breakaway, when they say, yeah, so we have these cool mechanics in each level where you have to collect the showpieces. Oh, showpieces. You mean collectibles? Are you sure you're not just putting a fancy name on a basic mechanic? And then expecting to, like, sell that idea to me where, oh, I'm gonna get excited about these showpieces. This is... they're the same collectibles as Banjo-Kazooie. And where's my first collectible? I've been playing this level for, like, more than 5 minutes. Yeah, as EB says, maybe, subsonic schmovement approach is just not for me. Well, I guess the only ground I have to stand on as far as could it be anything other than just not being to my personal taste is that problem of non-substantive synonyms, but also like recently coined synonyms. It's style without substance. It's... I don't know. Going out of your way, you know, maybe... It's not like Subsonic goes out of his way to include Reddit terminology. I don't even know what a person has to consume in order to keep up to date with terms like schmovement. Is that just... that Reddit? Is that Twitter? EB knows what I mean about contextualizing behavior and age and maybe not wanting to make assumptions about certain age groups. But also seeing patterns and needing to attribute to them to something, you know, JJ says Subsonic could be trying to sound quirky. So let me give another case study that really boiled my blood. And look, I'm saying this, we're having a fun discussion, right? But so he's doing his stream and he points out the Obama crabs. Right? And it's the total opposite of courtesy. He points out the Obama crabs, right? And so someone in chat says,
This is the ultimate power.
"Oh, Obama crabs? What's the deal with that?" So you don't have to. Subsonic didn't necessarily have to explain it, but if so, he should have just let it go. But he responds to the chat asking, "Wait, what about Obama crabs?" And so Subsonic responds out loud. He says, "Oh yeah, and Obama crabs is an inside joke that goes back to 2009. And? Yeah. Okay. Nothing. Right? How long would it have taken to explain, oh yeah, it's like the colors of the Obama Hope posters, but to leave that person out of the loop, it's almost like cruel. It's so impersonal, and I was truly disgusted. It's such a simple thing, but yeah. EB doesn't think there's anything wrong with schmovement if there's an audience, and it's also fine if I don't like it. You just think something like that is kind of hard, not possible to throw a blanket over everything, since not everything. Yeah, and you know, it's always worth establishing, you know, is this a personal preference thing, or is it, look, I mean, language, right? I won't go on a language treatise right now. Maybe that'll be a damn discuss segment. I'll have to pick a sufficient target with SEO optimization and talk about language, but I have massive concerns about language as affected by the internet, by the very rapid democratization of communication is leading to new coined words every year words that then ultimately contradict their original meanings, that I will boycott all of that with every cell in my body. Yeah, you can tell that there's 70 tangents that this applies to with that. JJ's duding out. Let me go to a different level. Yeah, so I think that all right, JJ recommends I watch Dave Gorman's episode about how Twitter has advanced language changes. Now, by you say advanced, you just mean, like, accelerated? Like, accelerated rapid rate of change. And yes, that's exactly my concern. I'm trying to think of a non-controversial, clear-cut example of what I'm talking about. Yeah, so JJ says catchphrase has become catphrase. Scapegoat has become a scapegoat. So listen, out of pocket. That's my favorite. The fact that out of pocket became used to mean, like, out of line. Guys, out of pocket, that's when your insurance doesn't cover it and you have to pay it yourself. Out of pocket, right? So, right? And this is, maybe I shouldn't talk too much about this because this requires a much more in-depth treatise, but my God. I guess what I can say for now, I'll probably have to talk about this directly someday, but, right, from the get-go becoming from the get-go. So, right, like Geico Gecko, right, that's an even worse set of examples of what I've observed. And so, I don't know how I can say this without sounding judgmental, but as you're navigating your way through the world and you hear someone say a scapegoat, well, now you're going to conclude something about them, right? And I probably shouldn't try to tease that out today, but, right, if you're in a job interview and your candidate says, yeah, my old job was good, but my boss was kind of bad, they always use me as the scapegoat. Right? I'm not going to talk about the inference, but that's what I'm talking, right? EB thinks that's why you push back against Gen Z comments, even though EB fits the age bill-wise. You don't like the new slang and terms. Okay, and you're far from alone, yeah. And that's why it's more of a preference thing. Yeah, now JJ says language changes all the time, and there's nothing us old-timers can do about it. But what I was going to say, as far as the solution, right? If language is going to splinter and schism, depending on what community you're in, well, if the problem ever gets bad enough, right? Because it's one thing if you're getting confused on Twitter, but what if these language changes now make it easier for a completionist to make misleading statements during a live stream where he's trying to write that language has absurdly high stakes. And so if I'm just talking about my corner of the universe, well, my solution is to say, well, if we have a difference in language like that, you need to know that the language that I speak is 2000 English, or English 2000. Okay? Which is to say, what is grammatically correct, or what is a correctly applied definition of a vocabulary term, is what it was in 2000. That's what I go by. In no universe will I be beholden to a rapid change of language in this way, in a way that is very short-sighted and counterproductive, and lazy doesn't feel like the best word to describe it, but it's like you can't be bothered to go see what the word is or what it means. You're just absorbing by osmosis the chaotic goings-on of Twitter. Keo says that EB's voice makes him sound like a 6'2" black man. And EB confirms that he is. EB, everybody. Vector's LMAOing. JJ says if you want to have Riz, you gotta keep up your mewing streak. For real, is that some internet lingo? King Moldy says language is one big word game, and it only works if you agree to play by the same rules. And so that's kind of what I'm getting at, is that after a while, if people are going to continue splintering, well, we'll just say, you know, at this job, for emails, for official client communications, we expect you to use English 2K. Not going to talk about pronouns today, but believe me, it's something I think about. Keo says, remember the comment that you'd be a power character in a Sonic Heroes team? What's that, about EB? JJ says, me too, hearing Alex say that. What'd I say? Oh, reading JJ's thing that I have no idea what it means. EB says, how do you feel about how English has evolved from the last couple centuries? So, yes, the reality is, right, Shakespeare was not that long ago, and yet his language, which is technically not Middle English, but early modern English, right? So it's still a variant of modern English.
Chaos control.
And you can't really... if you're just a 2025 college graduate, you can't read Shakespeare. It's so incredibly different. And that's just early modern English, okay? Now, the fact is, even, right, if I'm declaring that internet era is like a different phase of language evolution, okay, but even in the pre-internet millennia, absolutely, there's been language evolution. Keo says, you really have no idea about what? EB says, how did you guess my height, Keo? That's throwing EB off. Oh, maybe Keo is outside EB's house as an homage to Sonic Movie 1, where Sonic is out the window looking at Speed as a call forward to Keanu Reeves. They planned it the whole time. Yeah, Starstruck says, you gotta go back and read Chaucer, right? Dude, and I was an English literature major in college, and although I never... So we did read some Chaucer, but one of the things the teacher indirectly mentioned is that, oh, if you take this other class with me, you'll be able to learn, I think, Old English or Middle English. You'll be able to read OG Chaucer, not modernist. JJ says tall people tend to have deep voices too. Who am I thinking of that's like the big exception to that? Is Tay Zonde a small guy? Chocolate rain. I move away from the mic to breathe in chocolate rain. And, alright, here's a fun litmus test. I don't know if I've ever declared my height, like I'm at customs. Guess Alex Yard's height. Who's the closest? You're allowed to go over. If you go over, that's fine. Dem Rupees knows it, but me and Dem Rupees go way back. EB guesses 6 feet tall. JJ guesses 5'11". King Moley says 5'5". Oh, I want to hear a couple more. If there's anyone who else wants to... I promise I won't be offended. And I don't want to react to what's been said yet. EB says 5'8". Vector says 5'4". All over the map. Alright. I'm ready to declare. Okay, JJ says 5'9". I'm ready to declare that I, Alex Yard, the guy who you've been watching on streams this whole time, has always been at a robust 5 feet 7 inches. Which, let's be honest, is, it's short enough that you will be referred to by at least one colleague as, oh, that short guy? Yeah, Alex. Go ask him. He has the folder you need for this system, right? Demropy says, always, even as a baby? I just mean always as in my entire streaming career, I've been 5'7". JJ says, wow, I'm taller than you. Way to kick me while I'm down, JJ. I'm just kidding. Listen, we can joke about my height all you want because although it was a soul-crushing self-hatred cause for many years, it's not anymore. Like, big time. And the reasons behind that are way too in-depth and high concept to go into right now. But believe me, it was the cause of a great deal of anguish and self-hatred and not getting the second date, you know what I mean? JJ says, that wasn't a joke. And I know, I'm just giving you a hard time. Third Bruno is 6'3" or so, and Third Bruno's sister isn't far behind. But yeah, Keo had said, you would have never seen you from the chest down. What would you know? Yeah, so I guess it's just a psychological experiment. Say, like, what's the based on everything you've seen from the waist up, my voice, how I carry myself, do I see, right? And the fact that, who was it? Right? EB Boy had guessed 6 feet? Just the fact that that was a plausible guess. Look, I don't know. At the same time, I don't want to say that the taller you perceive me to possibly be, the better, but EB says probably because every inch over 6 feet is a year off your life. Well, I think that also the shorter you are, the more likely you are to have heart problems and die sooner, probably. And like, yeah, Keo wonders if the fourth Bruno would be taller. And I guess I know a little bit of Bruno lore, but I won't go into it because it's highly personal. But third Bruno is touching upon it, saying there probably won't be a fourth, but it's hard to say how tall he'd be. But yeah, it's not... I won't go into a deep dive on it, but it's not because of the life expectancy thing. And no, Keo, that's not out of line at all, because you would have had no way of knowing that. Until Bruno and I responded. But yeah, it's not so much about life expectancy, especially because, I don't know, I gotta do some research, because it sounds like you're boned if you're too tall, you lose a year per inch, but you're also boned if you're short because heart problems. I gotta do some recon on that, but it's more about, I don't know, is there anything I can say about this yet? I don't know, but I just got a music collectible. And did anyone pull the trigger on the song request yet? JJ says, don't talk to JJ being from the northeast of England about life expectancy. What's the issue? Fried food? Is that a thing in the UK? Fried food concerns? Wow, EB says the tallest guy who ever lived only made it to like age 36. Alright, I'm wandering. Let me find a nice little mission to do. Destroy the cyclones. Chaos Island, find the collectible. Oh, okay. Did Lorestream redeem it and I missed it? Yeah, I don't see that. Oh no, but so Clash Pineapple redeemed a Hold Up song, not today's VGM request. So that VGM request is still in the cards. Oh, I see. So Lorestream maybe yeah, you redeemed it, and I don't remember why, but there was whatever the explanation was. Vector Sader has a pitch. EB's song has profanity. Yeah, I guess I'm looking to keep it family friendly. I don't know if I prefer instrumental over... I know we had a couple of lyrical songs in the past couple weeks. I'm not totally against it, but to have two in a row, and that's not fair to any individual person. I don't know what to do about that. I want to be as open as possible, but and yeah, sorry Keo, I haven't I was telling myself, oh, I'll check Keo's request pitch once I'm ready to do the next cut of the waiting zone, but really I should look at that soon. Shadow Op says I need a radio edit music. Alright, let me find at least one collectible. Shadow didn't like me sneezing on he. Thank you for the blessings.
Freeze.
Bless zone.
Yeah.
Bless zone. Act priest. And yeah, we could do a bidding war. I think I forgot. I'll have to, after... I forgot to charge Keo. Keo did the channel points redeem from the SRB2 cart winnings, but I never actually executed that in the mart. Why can't I climb? I gotta go on. Yeah, and I mean, we could maybe... we should probably start the bidding now so that there's, enough time to, you know, send it over. Ah, Keo remembers that, in fact, yeah. Forgot to follow through. Yeah, I should be able to update the channel mart. I'll just add another unit. With that 10k price that you got. Quite the steal, 10k. I missed the middle painting collectible. Alright, so let's open the bidding at 5,000.
Alright. Chaos control. Yeah. Let's do this.
Do I have a 5,000?
Free.
Nice. Alright, Vector's at 8K, just like that.
Chaos
Do
control.
we have AB's got the 9K?
Let's do this.
Yeah, we're taking that at 9K. Not 99, like true 9. EB's got the King K shout out. I'm just kidding. Alright, gotta get the first coin in here. Here's Chaos Island, Act 6, Sonic Colors style. How could I have not have gotten that collectible off to the side? It's so easy and obvious to get in time. Lorestream says, is there a way to see your YouTube comment history? Things you've commented on other people's videos. Not that I know of. The closest thing I'm even aware of to that would be is that when I look at people who have commented on my channel, I believe I have a way of seeing a list of all the comments they've ever left on my channel specifically. But I don't think there's like a Reddit type of feature where you can like look at all their posts. Wow, JJ says you can on mobile YouTube? So you just pick any user and you can see just a report of all their comments? Alright, so the bidding is still at 9K. So it's going once and it's going twice. Final bet. Yeah, Dimropy says that feature existed at some point at least. JJ says you can at least see all their comments on a specific channel, even someone else's channel. Whose comments you're trying to dig up, Lost Stream? All right, 3, 2, EB. EB's got it, so you can send it over, EB. Don't do these joke bids. Yeah, Lore Stream wants to see his own. I got my S rank. I got the final collectible. Yeah, I'm ready to get going with the song request. So, yeah, EB, I won't stop the game now. But EB, you can send it over, and then we'll get that started. But I gotta get that cool bolt. Sadness. EB's request is here. Hey, can I stand on top of the spire or not? No worries, Sam. One time I was at an auction at a very young age, and my dad made a big point. He's like, don't raise your hand. Could cost us 40 grand. Is this canonically what I'm supposed to do to get this? Or am I supposed to be a flying Black Doom hedgehog? Yeah, baby. Not needed. Victory assured. Assure the glitch. I gotta stream that some more. Now that I've beaten it. Alright, let's do a song. Bye, Shadow. Ooh, I can see EB's request, but you can't yet. To the zone. Welcome back. We can get rid of the disclaimer, giving people a heads up about the early discussion forum that we did, which went great. And thanks to those who were here. So Taylor Swift's Taylor's version thing, that was very helpful in establishing the context for that discuss thing. Yeah, JJ is hyped about the thing that he showed off in the server about glitching objects and enemies. Yes, you just got to make sure that new players will understand that that's, an intended feature and not look at it and be like, hey, this game isn't finished. It's glitching out. All right, let me pull up the song of the evening. Pardon me. And that's cool that JJ had heard of Sizzstar before. I got to see Frisk and Company running through sorry, I lost my train of thought. Wow, I see that Muffin Tunes has a stream scheduled for tomorrow. I guess he's coming back. He did one of those classic update videos that just over-explains why he hasn't been posting and that he's overcome. It's like that. There's so many channel updates like that. I think that guy Webster had one of those. All right, let me type in the request. Focus, Alex. Here it comes. This. Oh, yeah. Da, 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 da. Keo guesses Mega Man. Vector's got it. Mega Man Battle Network 1. Demropes agrees with me. This has been a great stream. Sen's Fortress didn't keep us down. Except the 3-4 times it knocked me off the ledge. But I didn't stay down there. Sen knocked me down, but I got up again. And I'm gonna find the damn bonfire. Alright, let me pull up the gameplay here. Burn Crow SP. Is that Tom Brady? Yeah, so this music has a little bit of similarity to the battle theme in the third game. That 6 7 7 7 majors, 6 1 5 5 majors, 6 7. All right, here comes the footage, yo. The song is supposed to loop. But will it? Alright, I'm gonna skip forward because this is, just the start of the game. Why does that sound so familiar, that melody? Not this part, but the first part. I'm gonna listen when it circles back to the starting hook. He's got the stats on the side of the screen. I don't know if that's the streamer's own stat display or if this is part of the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection. Yeah, Kyo says it simply felt like Mega Man. Yeah, Shadow Ops remembers the count. I failed 5 times on the slicing bridge. Alas. Ba-da-doo-da. Where's the part? I guess my enthusiasm for these games dipped once I made the Sopranos video. And that also happened with Halo. I still think they're both great games. I'm just not as motivated to stream them. You know, bonus stream. Yoshi was amazed that was solved quick, but yes, Mega Man is distinctive, and Kyo called it. The fact that it simply felt like Mega Man. Yeah, EB says the battle theme evolves, and you think maybe AC/DC Town. But yeah, some of the tracks are just copy-pasted into the, like, I think the house music. That's like, I was trying to find it online and I couldn't. Because you can't find it under Battleman Network 3 playlists. It's got to be the first game. It's carried over. That tune is great, says EB. Yes, and I was using it in the Sopranos video. Sitting on a park bench, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Shadow Ops called it. Hector says the battle theme is different in each game. Battle Network 5 DS, which was the site of Generation 7 Pokemon, maybe 3DS. But Battle Network 5 DS has remixes of every normal battle. Oh my god. Good thing we did the discuss segment at the beginning rather than the end. Battle Network 5 has remixes of every normal battle theme in the previous games. Dun, dun, dun. Currently at Internet Area 1. Alright, Sam, have a good one. See you tonight, maybe, at the Hangout with kart driving. Get those drifts in. EB says DS is Gen 4 and 5. So then what? 3DS is 6 and 7? There's a lot of silence at the end of this YouTube video. It takes a moment to loop. And it's just like I said in the Sopranos video. I might have played more Pokemon games after Generation 1. I had the red cartridge. If the battle system had some elements of this, some amount of strategy or spatial movement, instead of just taking turns to select attacks out of a list on a spreadsheet. It's like you're playing a pen and paper game. Enemy deleted. EB says I'm probably not a turn-based person then. I guess so. The only turn-based games I ever played were, I guess, handheld games. Pokemon Red, Golden Sun, and half of Bug Fables. EB loves both. These backgrounds are always so funny to me. Golden Sun was solid, said Demropes. Such nostalgic music, that opening village. And an amazing battle theme. 8-Bit Music Theory has a decent video about the Golden Sun battle music. which I actually mentioned in my first ever music theory video. I talked about the golden... I don't think I showed it. Maybe I did show a thumbnail. Yeah. EB might have to do Golden Sun somewhat soon. It's a pretty cool game. It's a really cool vibe. It's enough of a cool vibe that I even downloaded a Golden Sun level pack for SRB2 Kart. We only used it for a couple weeks because... although it was cool to hear the music, it didn't offer enough to justify the fact that I was kind of the only one in the group at the time with Golden Sun familiarity. Oh yeah, so actually, you know what, I guess I kind of also got mixed up. Here's what I just realized about the channel points that Keo owes. I can just take that out of your SRB2 Kart winnings. I'm gonna have to check the spreadsheet, but I'm pretty sure that Keo has enough. Picking up the 1K per week vouchers, you know? So I'm not gonna pull up the spreadsheet now, but I'll write that on a post-it note. So that's how I'll get... yeah, EBs for today, and Keels. Keo doesn't find participation prizes to be honorable, but I'll take... I mean, it's... if I could try to sell you or anyone on the idea, it's just... it's kind of like... I may have mentioned that one of my friends at his college, he would, so you're a student living on campus in the dorms, and they would have events and activities. For every activity you attend, they would basically give you channel points. They would add your points to an ongoing tally throughout the whole year. And this is crazy awesome in my opinion. The people that have the most points at the end of the semester or whatever get first choice on dorm selection. So, right, that's pretty amazing. Because those of you who have lived on campus, you know, the building you end up living in can have major implications for your year in terms of how nice or big the rooms are, where they're located on campus. So, like, to get those vouchers... every time you attend an event, it's like a double benefit. You're probably going to enjoy the events. It's not like you're only going out of obligation or anything. But as an investment, so to speak, it's not real money, but as an investment to keep SRB2 Kart nights attended, it's a good incentive. Keo, you should recognize the value of your presence. And that goes for, right, the kart is always the more the merrier, so giving even a small passive reward for consistent attendance, I don't think there's any dishonor in that. And you're beating me in more and more races, so. EB's looking forward to playing some Game Boy on the telly. Nice. Yoshi is going to venture through Yoshi's GBA collection for some BGM requests in the future. We could be looking at some Advance Wars. We could be looking at some Banjo-Kazooie, Grunty's Revenge, the GBA exclusive. EB says Keo is too hard on himself. This is true. I've always liked the GBA sound chip. Feel like YouTube content to tears. Will sometimes just offhandedly say, as if everyone's on the same page, like, Yeah, well, since, we all know the GBA sound chip leaves something to be desired, and I'm sitting there like, hey, I think it's good. Kyo says, right, I'll stick to positive vibes. Negative vibes are fine, but just don't be too hard of yourself. Kyo says, so you're thinking of doing an Advanced Wars hangout? I totally would, even if it was just like a 10-15 minute check-in. JJ says, that's not true. It doesn't leave something to be desired. It could do whatever the devs could fit into the cart. Well, I've always loved the way the GBA sounds. But I guess people's point is criticizing the hardware. EB says it's that YouTuber regurgitation. They don't actually believe what they say. JJ says the GBA can play Shrek. The sound is not an issue. And then the oven's on fire. I love that. She's crying as if that's gonna make the flames recede. What was I gonna say? Yeah, which game was it where I was totally astounded by the sound quality? I don't remember. It's escaping me, but I don't think it was a Metroid game. There was at least one game that I was just totally shocked. I'm totally blanking now. It's not even on the tip of my tongue. I know it's in the distance over that hill. So although it's not on the tip, I know it's right, but I'm clueless as to what it is. What is a revolutionarily good sound quality game? I don't know. EV says, it's ape escaping you. Yes, it is. And EB, did you see any ape escape news in the past week? I won't give it... I saw a thing, and I don't know if it came out this week or if I was late to the party, but as soon as I saw it... Don't get your hopes up. It's not a new game but it's a thing. It's a real... Right? I don't want to so you guys don't know what it is? Do tell, pray tell, says EB. Alright. I'll tell you, but I think a more interesting way would be to show you. Because it's just, it involves a 2-minute thing. And I would love to be the person that brings this to your attention, because... no, EB says, is that vinyl? No, I'm not aware of any vinyl thing. Yeah, before we end, and we're gonna end soon, so I can pull up the thing, and I won't get to see EB's facial reaction, but I will imagine it. I'm gonna, in the meantime, pull up the video, and see how long ago it was posted. Dude, EB's ready to pog. You might pog. Again, it's not like a new game announced, but it's way more than nothing, which doesn't say much, but it does say something. It's like, it's a feel-seen moment, you know what I mean? Alright. Do that, do that, do that, do that. JJ says, Episode 2, Out of the Frying Pan. How thematically appropriate. Ah, look at the big pan. Is that a pan he's on? And it's red. What a concept. EB says, maybe GOG or Astrobot. Neither of those. I'm so happy to be able to... And knowing me, I'm going to pull it up, and EB will just go, oh, I know about this. Why is this song so familiar again? That's that. I don't know if I'm thinking of the song in 3, but all right. I'll just return to. Let me just take a quick. And the stream's wrapping up soon anyway, but I really want to show you guys this. I'll click this button. All right. All right. Check this out. Good sound. Oh, maybe it's muted.
America is out to destroy the Shagohod and get its hands on your inheritance. The philosopher's legacy. Then they're out to kill me as well.
What's the story between you and the boss?
She was like a mother and my master.
The Cobras will take care of him.
Oh, Burb.
Do you hear me, Snake? We are the sons of the boss. I see it.
Eblo's seen this.
A great and terrible fury at being alive. A host of sorrows. And you are one of them.
Why'd you come back? There's nothing for you here. Go home. Go back to your boss.
I still have
Your
the
boss.
Shagohod and the legacy. There is nothing America can do to stop us.
Now you gotta pay close attention, because it's coming up. Yes! Shout out to Shadow05. Ass smacking. Metal Gear's back, and so are the apes. Monkeys confirmed. JJ wonders, is this a remake of the PSP game? No, this is a remake of MGS3, which was released on the PS2. Yeah, MGS2 and 3 were PS2 games. But yeah. Yeah, EB says that's awesome, gives you some hope. And I would think that it's... I don't want to say it definitely means they're going to do something more substantive with Ape Escape, but you can't help but reasonably get excited about the possibility. Because, dude, it's like the big reveal. It's the big twist post-credits of a big important date announcement of when it's going to be released. And I still don't remember if... Alright, did I close the window like a dum-dum? No. We're wrapping up soon anyway, but I'll still bring this back up here. What the hell is this from? It's so familiar. EB says, I don't know, after Astrobot's success, you can definitely see PlayStation forcing them to churn out more indefinitely. But they might want more 3D platformers after its success. Do you think that it being 2025, are those controls a little bit too complicated for modern audiences? that just want to pick up and play Feel Good, Sir John Feel Good, 5 minutes after opening the cartridge. EB still never gotten over Ape Escape 4 getting canned. What is that? EBC's Sly Cooper coming back sooner, or even Jack. Maybe Daxter with him. EB says there's that too. You heard the Ape Escape minigame in Astrobot works like the regular game, so they kept that. And Reggie confirmed that Astrobot almost beat Nintendo at its own game. Now, as we wind down the stream and we get ready for Sonic Roboblast 2 Kart, those who are joining, Eblo has heard people say that Reggie said that, but you can't find any actual source. I might have heard it in a YouTube video, but I'm not sure. I could be wrong. So here's the, not a brain teaser, but a appetizer. Okay? Name one thing that Reggie did that had a lasting impact. Something Reggie contributed that still stuck around and is still done today. EB says, just like with Resident Evil, the devs are just so adverse to anything that's not conventional controls. It absolutely sucks. Games are so homogenized nowadays. Yeah, the freewheeling creativity and openness. Wow, Eblo says Wii Sports being a pack-in for the Wii was Reggie's decision. It's a pretty popular game. I could say that, yeah. But is that still a thing? Do people still really play Wii Sports? See, I part of me is getting particular with the language to say, like, oh, Reggie's legacy. I think that sometimes when people say, oh, what's Reggie's legacy, they would say, oh, okay, the quirky puppet thing with Star Fox, this thing with Iwata, kicking ass and making games, my body is ready, right? But those aren't really legacy. Legacy is like things that are still happening. Things that he contributed that became part of the mainstay. JJ pulled out the Reggie Fils-Aimé quote. Yeah, so Dem Rupees didn't know Reggie was involved on any level other than the announcer guy. So, Reggie did have a say, for example, in which games would be released in the US. To take one particular example, Reggie was very reluctant and almost very nearly succeeded in preventing Xenoblade from being localized to North America. Reggie was like, we're not going to localize this. There's not enough of an audience for it. We'll lose money. And I don't know if it was fan-driven pressure that finally got him to relent. But that's one example of something that Reggie would have an impact on deciding which games get brought over or not to America. And, like, I don't know, another game that comes up. I guess he was a big champion of Other M, and he was hyping it up, playing it in pre-release, saying this is going to be, an important moment for the Metroid saga and series. And so, as a Monday morning quarterback, he goes, well, ultimately, Metroid Other M didn't deliver. And it's like, what does that even mean? And if you played the game and then proceeded to hype it up to Metroid, right, what changed? What didn't you realize about the pre-release gameplay that snuck up on you like that? JJ says Reggie was made in charge of marketing during the GameCube era, which Nintendo lost. So instant fail. Wow. So he was a marketing director. I always get mixed signals about whether the GameCube was a success or not. I always was under the impression that it was not as successful. And yet, I don't know if it's Subsonic Sparky who says, no, the GameCube was a big win. It was the N64 that was kind of a bust. I don't know. I don't care about that enough to talk about it further, but yeah, EB says it was a huge disaster. That's kind of what I thought. Eblo remembers a story about Reggie seeing Axiom Verge at a show floor. He praised it to the devs and said, "This is just like Metroid." And the devs said, "If you won't make it, someone else has to." You think that maybe prompted the Samus Returns? Or just happened before that is the point. Yoshi says the GameCube was a big win for Yoshi. Yeah, I guess I'm just talking about overall sales volume. Alright, Eblo thinks it was close enough that Samus Returns was already in development. Yeah, so JJ says Reggie's biggest achievements appear to be saying things that become memes. And that's kind of... So, when I see him title his book, memoir, called Changing the Game, and I'm like, hold on, but what? Oh, sorry, Disrupting the Game, right? That seems to be a whole lot of hollow talk. I submit, I don't think he changed anything. What did he change about the way business is done? I listened to a little bit of interviews with him, and the most that I've gotten him to say about what he disrupted the game about, right? You do something so innovative and different that now everyone has to change to reflect that because you have superannuated the old way of doing things. You've changed the... Okay? What the only things that I've heard him say are, I want a direct meeting with Mr. Iwata. Previous people in my position didn't get access to Iwata, but I pressured and demanded it. And so, who gives a flying shit if you got to talk to your corporate overlord more directly than any of your previous people that, like, talk about masturbatory navel gazing. Who gives a flying crap if you're working at this ancient company that has all these layers of separation between the super high-ups back in native Japan and their foreign subsidiaries? You did not change squat about the game. Maybe you changed the internal practices of an ancient company that's so set in its ways that they just didn't have that kind of accessibility to talk to Iwata. But yeah, as JJ said, his biggest achievements appear to be just saying things that become memes. And so that's what I'm saying. I think part of why Reggie's perception is so inflated is because they're judging Reggie's admittedly very charismatic and sometimes humorous presentations. They're judging that against what was before Reggie was stale and boring presentation. And this is why I challenge the idea that Reggie has any legacy, because as soon as he left, they went right back to boring presentations. And also, when I think about Nintendo of America's bad working conditions and the awful way that they treat contractors, well, I'm sure that was happening during Reggie's tenure. He claims that it wasn't happening. Even if that was true, it would be a testament to Reggie's insufficient, not lasting leadership that the company just falls apart as soon as he's gone. I call bullcrap. Eblo says, remember when he said his body was ready? Remember that? Yes, and I've always never liked that. Well, it's not that I'm telling people that they're wrong. I just don't see what the hype is. I think it was a semi-awkward thing that he said on the fly, and as I've criticized in the past, It's like, Kiro talks. Everyone has to listen now. My body is ready. I consent to put my body on the Wii Fit board. Just stop it. My body is ready. Print the mugs, print the t-shirts. EB says the cheesy presentations killed the Wii U, so you may be right. So that, look, I'm going to do a discuss segment on Reggie, so we'll get to the bottom of all of this. That's so interesting, though, that EB would frame it as, the cheesy presentations killed the Wii U. They may not have helped, but the Wii U sucks. Look, I know it's not that simple. JJ loves the Wii U. Even if I am acknowledging the quality games that are on the Wii U, I can nonetheless maintain that the pitch that Nintendo made was horrible. The library of games, the ambiguity of whether this is a Switch-attached add-on or its own console, right? The Wii U sucks, right? I mean, JJ says him and Iwata duking it out on Smash will never not be amazing. So yes, but that is only amazing. It's kind of like people look at Mario Wonder and they're like, wow, this is so wild and unpredictable and well, it only feels like that when you compare it to the stale new Super Mario games that came in the 10 years before it. And so you look at Reggie's presentations and you're like, well, part of why Reggie's bits were so impactful, what the hell is this awful trailer, is because the bar was so low. The presentations were previously so dull and sterile, and then they got to quirkiness with Reggie, but, like, as EB was saying, whether or not it directly was responsible for the Wii U failing, I have heard that investors didn't like it. It made them nervous. They wanted it, right? So when I talk about substantiating the claim that Reggie changed the game, I think he was allowed to do what he wanted when he was in his position, and the instant he left, they just went, right? So there's no legacy, he didn't disrupt anything at all. Dem Rupees was so sick of the "My Body Is Ready" meme when it became self-aware. And yeah, him and Iwata duking it out on Smash will never not be amazing. The first time I ever doubted Reggie's... This was way back when Nove was still here. I'll never forget Nove's classic quote. It was basically like, no, Alex, you gotta understand. You gotta respect Reggie. Like, you gotta... Alex, you gotta respect... But we pulled up that clip of the Iwata thing, and I was like, alright, I admit it, this is epic, but again, this is just content creation. Content creation meant to sell a product. I know we gotta go, I'm running late, I gotta open up the, what's it called? And I'm gonna read what EB said in a second. What was I going to say? It was so insightful, memorable, and funny, and now it's gone. Well, let me read what EB said in the meantime. That's the main culprit everyone attributes to its failure. Yeah, it's not EB, but other people saying this. Poor communication, which I'm currently saying. The console literally being the main driving factor behind gaming right now. Says it wasn't anything inherent. Is that the Switch? Sorry, I got confused about that. So here's the thing. I know we gotta go, so here's my final, not a homework assignment, but food for thought for follow-up, and we may do the Reggie discuss in the near future. Okay? So when you think about that punching with Iwata thing, the first question you have to answer is, whose idea was that? Was it Reggie's idea to do, or did they just bring in another consulting firm? Okay. What I do know, though, is that Eblo says, everybody gangster until the Honorable Judge Yard sentences Reggie fees. Listen, I might not have ever thought to make a Reggie video except for the mistreatment of contractors and the cop-out, oh, that wasn't the Nintendo I left statement from Reggie. That plus him going to GameStop, right? The gloves are coming off. But yeah, Reggie did not write the line kicking ass and making games. That was done by a consulting firm. And also, Reggie and Iwata were not even in the same room. They were in their own continents. I just push back on the idea that this was Reggie's fun. I don't know. But what was I going to say? So here. Yeah, JJ said the higher-ups plan to have Reggie say that. So the last thing I'll say, and I'm going to got to set up for Cart. One thing that has bothered me about Nintendo is that they seem to pick the most absurdly attractive people. Like, physically attractive. We're talking 10 out of 10 stats on a dating app. We're talking the type of people that have way too many messages come in, so they couldn't even hope to respond to all the messages that they get on Match.com and OkCupid. Right, I am talking painfully, right? You look at Kit and Krista, to say nothing of their personalities, but their physical appearance, I just, right, I sit here and listen to them talk, and I'm like, okay, well, you were selected, right? You look at a Nintendo Treehouse, and it's all these gorgeous 23-year-olds playing. I feel like it's not against the rules to do that, but it's just very shamelessly sex appeal. And the idea that Kit and Krista would be like, you know, their main figurehead of their podcasting content, I'm like, are you here for your insights, or are you here to subconsciously stimulate Sir John Feelgood? EB says I might be exposing myself. Do tell. What have I revealed? Right, I look at other companies, and I don't see these, you know, pristine models at every I see real humans. But EB, what was possibly just exposed? I know we gotta go. And I know what I'm saying is semi-controversial. That's why I wanted to see what you guys thought of it. I just can't. I don't want to just accept Nintendo's marketing without acknowledging that, okay, all you're really doing is putting a sexy lady next to a beer on your beer banner ad. I don't think I'm going to do a Kit and Krista discuss, but he did annoy me with his disparaging comments about Sonic. JJ says Reggie is a sexy lady. So not just sexy ladies, but, you know, the Kit and Krista? That there Kit, that guy is going to have a 10 out of 10 experience on a dating app, right? You've seen Kit and Krista, right? Yeah, so just to be clear, this goes both ways. They pick absurdly attractive males and females. Right? I don't know if you're going to leave me hanging, EB. Maybe we can talk about it at Cart, but Eblo says this is why you've never been picked to host Nintendo shows, right? It just would be... Okay, so Reggie isn't exactly attractive. Well, the thing is, it's not that Reggie is, like, you know, a supermodel or, right? But one thing that I've said in the past about Reggie that I will reiterate again now is that you look at Reggie hold court, you look at the way he's kind of epic in his presentations, that he talks to you, and right, you look at Reggie, and whether or not visually he looks like a male model, right? I'm going to say the F word right now in a positive way. You ready? You look at that guy Reggie holding court and talking to a group of people and captivating their attention, and you quickly figure out that guy fucks. Right? Whether or not visually he's cut out to be a model on the catwalk, right? He can charm you. He can absolutely charm you. Starstruck certainly always found him attractive. Eblo says, is he Hollywood sexy? No, but he puts forth a persona of a clean man who's in control. Yes, high stocks in the 30-plus dating world. Absolutely, 100%. Super confident. Yeah, he's funny, and that's attractive, yes. But if you had no idea he was the head of Nintendo, then tell me is attractive. It's less about attractiveness, and it's more about charisma. Reggie has 10 out of 10 charisma and confidence, which would go a great long way on a dating app. I guess EB's internet connection dropped. We gotta go now. See you on the racetrack, everybody. Thanks for chatting. Be confident. But don't just rule out mid-attractive people to at least be honest about it. Yoshi, have a good night. Third, Bruno. Eblo says swipe right on Yard. See you later, Eblo, Bruno, Yoshi, JJ. Starstruck Rice Ball. EB. Sorry about that dropped connection, EB. Dem Rupees, have a good one. Dem Rupees said, didn't Reggie introduce the GameCube on stage saying it's going to kick your ass? That's not ringing a bell, but he did say, hi, my name's Reggie. I'm here to kick ass, take names, and make good games or something like that. EB's back. Okay, EB never found anything that attractive. What, Kit and Krista? Alright, but I gotta go. Bye, everybody. And yes, I did have YouTube chat open, so Shadow Ops, have yourself a great night. I agree with Shadow Ops that it was a mistake calling the Wii U. Sorry if I missed anyone in chat. Starstruck Riceball, Dem Rupees, Keo, EB, JJ, and I'll see some of you guys at Cart in a little bit. Yeah, what a great time. See you all on Monday. And take care. Ask questions, question everything. And you should only ever do